All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, John. How you doing today, my friend?
Hey, Carlos, how's it going? I'm good this morning. Little behind schedule here, but ready to go, I guess. Ready as I'll ever be.
Absolutely, man. All right, friends, over on YouTube, over on X. Hopefully, you guys are doing well this morning as we kick off day number 2 of this week, Tuesday, as we get ready for our market. Market's going to be interesting. I'm just looking at the gappers list. It's just not a whole lot on there. We're starting off very quiet this morning, John. So we'll see if things can pick up and what kind of action and fun we get into. Everybody this morning woke up, and the first thing I looked at, okay, did Trump send anything? And no, there was no tweet from Trump at 7:05 this morning. So there's no action right now. Everything is quiet. So we're just waiting for that next news alert to come out and create some volatility. But today, pretty quiet, as you're seeing around many tickers. Quick look at our gappers list before we dive into some news here. We got a couple of things in here. Nothing in the red. So just all green. Some of the stuff we're familiar with. Anna, we've seen this a couple of times on the list. Lee's been back and forth, making his way in here, creating a lot more noise, getting a lot more volume. AXTI was hot yesterday, if you guys remember that. That was in play back here for some more. Had a great push up yesterday and today. Looking to continue that. So we'll get into all of that. And then AOI, I heard this one in the news earlier today. I was listening to Bloomberg this morning, and they got some kind of deal for AI infrastructure that's going to helping them out here. Nothing big. It's only a couple of $1 million, but enough to get them going and laid up in the right place here as things can. The AI mania continues, and it's a lot of capex and a lot of money being thrown at AI, guys. So that is continuing to happen here with Applied Optoelectronics. So we'll get into all of that in a lot more detail and see what else comes up. It is early. It's only 8 a.m. We'll see if anything comes up on the gap down list this morning. But before we dive into all of that, John, let's get into our U.S. economic calendar for today and see what we have scheduled for today.
Yeah, the two big things are, number one, non-farm productivity for Q4. So what this is a quarter-over-quarter annualized percentage change in labor productivity for a non-farm business sector. So it basically shows how efficiently U.S. workers are producing with the same or fewer hours. So lower or negative readings kind of raise concerns about stagflation maybe, or just weakening efficiency. And this is a report that excludes farms. Obviously, it's called the non-farm report. So no farm stuff, government or nonprofit institutions. So we'll see how this goes. The forecast is for 8:30, right? So now we have some time. I'm so unaccustomed to this, Carlos. We're starting earlier, so we actually have some time to get ready for that report to come out. And what is the forecast there? It's 2.4%. So we'll see how that goes. And the second one that really matters today is flash PMI. This comes out at 9:45. So what this is like an early estimate of monthly productivity in the U.S. services sector. So what they do is they survey 400 to 500 purchasing executives, purchasing and supply executives, and see how they think things are going. So above 50 for the way they score this is indicative of expansion, and below 50 is a contraction. And it's kind of interesting for flash PMI. They put out this survey to all those purchasing and supply execs, and when they get about 85 to 90% of the responses, that's what flash PMI is. And then a week from now, when they get the rest, they'll release PMI. It's kind of weird, right, Carlos? It feels like it caters to the impatience of the stock market or something. Like, give us the 90% solution now,
right?
And give us a little more in a week.
I'll tell you, just wait. I don't mind waiting.
Right? I don't know.
We'll wait. Just give us what we need. Everything complete. Give us the whole story. Don't piecemeal it. But it's very interesting. All right, we'll see how these things
play out.
We'll see how it
goes. 8:30 is our first number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we'll be on the lookout for that 8:30. And yes, this new format, John, is I like it. Waking up 8 a.m. I mean, I'm a morning person, so I love being up this early. I'm usually up by 4:35 a.m. anyways. So this just gets the ball rolling a little bit quicker, and hopefully for you guys watching this makes sense for you, and it's a lot more value. And also we can go slower, right? Because there were times me and Peter at 8:30, man, we're crunching it. Like today, we're gonna have a lot of time because I'm looking at this gap list. I'm looking at the news. There's not a whole lot out there right now. It's like the market. We were talking a little bit before we went live. Like the market's kind of like on a waiting period to see what's going to be next, and you can see that here. And I'm just hoping that we don't get a choppy type day, right? No trades for me yesterday, which we haven't had that in a while. But there was nothing that set up for me to take. Hopefully we don't have another second no day trade. I don't think I had that unless I was on vacation. So I don't think that's going to happen, but let's put no pressure on and see how it goes this morning. With that, friends, quick look at our earnings. See what's coming up as far as earnings for today, this afternoon. I got a chart here, and at the moment, John, let us know what we got going on. If anything, I don't see anything big on the earnings calendar for today or this week.
One second. I had an ad on YouTube. That's how I'm using. That's how I'm watching this. Just through the YouTube feed right now, and an ad popped up.
Speaking of
What is
YouTube,
it?
I saw a great meme. It was with DiCaprio, and he was kind of like looking around, like thinking, and it sounded the caption was, "So companies pay YouTube to show their ads, and we pay YouTube to avoid their ads." It's like, what a business! It's a beautiful thing. So create the problem and then the solution. I mean, that is the way to do it.
I'm looking at what's here, and honestly, I don't see a single ticker that excites me for Tuesday's earnings before or after the close. And that's kind of where we're at because the banks report, I just checked yesterday, the banks will be reporting mid-April. So we're about 3 weeks away from starting the next earnings season. So we're kind of in the doldrums here. Even looking out through the rest of the week, what do we got? Gosh, I don't really see anything. I mean, perhaps Carnival Cruises or something could be. Maybe travel stocks will be interesting a little bit with the oil price changes going on because obviously that has a great effect on the profitability of the airlines and the cruise ship companies. So there might be something interesting that might not come out of their numbers. It might be in the earnings call for Carnival later this week. But yeah, it's a dull week. So what were Andrew and Brian talking about yesterday? Sitting on their hands, joking about that. I mean, that's trading if you're going to do it right is a lot of sitting on your hands, and it looks like for earnings that's maybe the way to go this week. But I'm sure there's something here that excites somebody. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, the only one I see there that might be, I know a lot of our traders are trading. Is it ONDS, right? That's the one that people are looking at. ONDS, Ondas. Yeah, that's the one. So
Oh, is that on
Ondas.
there somewhere?
Yeah, that's
On
on
this.
here. I know a lot of traders are in this. I mean, it's just been choppy, right? Got a couple of breakouts, and right now it's just kind of hanging out below 11, pretty much waiting to see what's next here. So there it is. They'll be reporting. When is that? That is going to be tomorrow morning. So let's see if tomorrow morning can get a nice little push here to get on this up and going. And we'll be on the lookout for that. All right, friends, quick look at the overall market. See what's going on here. The SPY right now, again, pretty much flat. I mean, there's just not much happening. If you look at the daily, we had the drop in the last couple of days. And from there, we recovered yesterday with the tweet of hopefully slowing things down and de-escalating conflicts. But right now, we're just sitting here waiting to see what's next. So we'll keep a look out on that and any news that comes out. Let's take a look at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com, my friends. You can always head there and get tools just like this one, your gappers list simulator, our good buddy Market Atlas, which helps us out every day to make better decisions. You can get all that on tradingterminal.com. All right, let's take a look at the first one here. UGRO is up, and on this one we're up 31%. Urban Grow, GRO, had a good day yesterday as well. You can see it here going from 350 all the way down to all the way up to $6, and today gapping up some more, 31%. Tons of volume yesterday. This morning, 7.2 million shares traded just in the pre-market. So we are cranking this morning, friends. John, not sure what this is. I didn't catch it yesterday, but today, and that's probably, and the reason why, probably because it was under $5, right? So usually I don't look at anything under $5. Today they're well above that. What's the latest and greatest?
Yeah, they had a crazy day yesterday. So what I think anything you're seeing today is kind of a second day play. But a second day play to what, you might ask? And that I don't know because I looked this up this morning and while they do have earnings coming out this week on the 26th, that's mildly interesting. There wasn't any news that could exactly explain why this thing was up over 100% yesterday or more than that, 182% or I don't know how much it closed up, but it was a lot. And I honestly don't know why, but that doesn't mean it's not tradable. So if this is your kind of stock, you know, you like these cheaper ones, might be something here for sure. It looks like it's going to have a day.
Yeah.
Be advised. This is the kind of stock that gets traders in trouble though, because the first thing we often do as traders is we think, how big is my buying power? And then I will take that number and divide it by the
Yes.
price of the stock, right? So what is the price of the stock right now? It's
Uh,
$8.
809. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, can't
So
tell you how many times I done that when I was starting out. It's like, oh, I could get 5,000 shares of this garbage. Be very, very careful. All right, so
right. So if you
low
look back
float.
on that chart,
Mhm.
there's a candle at 7 o'clock, right? That candle goes from 780 roughly up to, I don't know. Oh shoot, where was to go back to that one? I guess it's a 5 minute chart. But in any case, go to a 1 minute, Carlos. What's it doing on a 1 minute? Yeah, so I mean, we don't know what it would look like when it opens, but if you have these candles that can move, and this is pre-market, so it may be less, but if you have the ability to create 1 minute candles that are 30 cents in height, you know, from the bottom to the top, you multiply that 30 cents by these outrageous number of shares, perhaps you can purchase because of the low price, and this is what gets traders in trouble. You know, you buy those 1,000 shares and it drops 30 cents in a heartbeat, and you end up down $300 when, you know, realistically, maybe you're a new trader who's trying to risk 25 or $50 per trade, or maybe not even that, you know. So just be careful with this one, but it could be very, very interesting today.
Yeah, it sure can, friends. Low float stock, be very careful. I'm not gonna have it on my list because of that. I'm gonna focus on some other things on here. All right, back to the list, friends. Let's look at ANA. Let's call it that. Let's look at ANA here, and we are up 18% this morning, 860,000 shares traded. Also, low float sitting on 9.5. Made our list about 2 days ago when it pushed up pretty big, gap down yesterday. So I know it was on the gap down list. So it's been getting some higher volume and then moving quite a bit here. Here's back up again, 18%. Again, low flow stock at 9.5 million shares float. Hard to borrow, so you can't short it on this one. Also on SSR, because we had such a bad drop yesterday. So you got the SSR flag on us, so even though we're gapping up, right? When something goes in SSR for those new traders, it takes, I think, 2 days for it to reset. Unless the stock continues to drop, obviously that SSR will keep triggering. But today, even though we're gapping up, we had a down day yesterday, sold off more than the allowed amount percentage. I forget what that is, and then trigger the SSR there. All right, John, another one that I'm probably not going to be interested in. I mean, I'm just not a fan of the low flow stock, and when I look at them, I lose money. So I just, why bother, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to even figure out what this. I think this is related to it's a gas company perhaps or something. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. How do you even say that? Alana, perhaps? Natural gas resource company focusing on delivering critical natural gas supplies in Italy. So yeah, I think it's being affected by the Iran situation, and it's a playable stock. It's a low float stock in the sector of juiciness from all this Strait of Hormuz stuff. So that's probably why it's in play.
Straight up Hormuz. I was watching something where they said there is a pipeline, John, there that's years old, that they can try to revive to get oil across
Mhm.
the territory there. I'm like, just do that. Build a couple of pipelines. Avoid this little chokehold. Yes, cost you a couple of $1 billion and probably more because the government, everything for the government gets charged the 3 times amount. I don't know why. So it's kind of like business internet. I don't know if you ever guys had a business retail space, but my mom had one in New York, and when I went to sign up for internet, this is years ago, the internet was like $100 a month, and I'm like, why? I want the same speed I have at home, and at home I'm paying $30, $25. Why is yours 100? Oh, because it's business. It's ridiculous, right? Government does the same thing. Everything that costs this is times 3 for them. So But yeah, just do that line. Do that line, avoid the stuff, have the ship come the other way, make some money for the countries there, on the docking, and I think you'll be good to go, man.
I'll
What's your
tell you
thoughts,
from
John?
from personal experience, having had to guard linear assets, pipelines, power lines, and things like that, they're very vulnerable to attack because you only have to hit them in one place and then they're broken,
Screw up
until
the
you
whole
go
thing.
fix.
Yeah, that's
So
true too.
they're very
Yeah.
hard to protect and guard. They could be dozens or hundreds of miles long. So that is one of the drawbacks. But yeah, it does beg the question, what are the other options for getting oil out of there? It's what an
Yeah.
interesting geographic situation. This part of what makes me think we live in a simulation or something, like where that we all the oil
Like, who built this?
who did who
Who
designed
built
the
this
Persian
like
Gulf
this?
and who made that Strait of Hormuz pinch like that? Why did you do
The
that to us?
Earth couldn't put oil, equal oil in every single place for every country to be okay with their own oil. Like, why do we have to do this? Oh man. All right, good stuff. All right, let's continue here, friends. Let's keep going. So we got two low flows on the top here. UGRO, Anna as well. Next is KPTI. KPTI this morning. Here it is. We are up 14%, 7.5 million shares traded. Also on SSR, I guess, because of the drops yesterday. Man, this looks, even on the daily, looks a little bit messy. So very messy here. I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing. This pre-market action looks very active though. 7.5 million shares traded. Cairo Farm Therapeutics is the name of the company here. Up 14.7. Float on this, another low flow, 7.9 million shares flow. So again, I'm not gonna be watching this one, John. What's the news?
So this is it's a commercial stage pharmaceutical company which discovers, develops, and commercializes drugs directed against nuclear. Why does that word have to come up in the pre-market show? And why can't I say it? I can say this normally every time in my life until I get on this microphone. Nuclear export for the treatment of cancer and other diseases. So yeah, they're up. Is it up? It's gapped up, right? Yeah.
Yep,
They
it's up
announced that
14.
they entered into a securities purchase agreement with the RA Capital Management for a private placement that's going to result in the proceeds of $30 million.
Gotcha. All right, so there it is.
Not the
Um,
greatest catalytic news.
Yeah, and the low flow stuff, I'm just again not a fan of, so I will stay away from that for right now. All right, let's see what else, man. Again, very very quiet compared to what we've seen in the past. We'll see if 8:30 news kicks anything off, and we'll look at any other movement on oil and of course the overall markets here. Next on here is going to be Jeff JEF is the next one on here. Jeffrey's financials. Oh yeah, this is some buyout. Well, not buyout. No. A possible takeover here from China. I think it is. Jeffries is up here to 7.5%, 357,000 shares trade. Not sure how well this is going to trade. Normally, it never hits our list. The volume is very light on the daily, but they got some positive news this morning or announcements that can maybe drag them higher. We'll see.
Yeah, you said China for a takeover, but that's just because we all default these days to thinking everything's coming from China. If it's coming
Did I say
from
China? Oh man, it's
it's
not.
okay. You weren't off by much. Just, hop over the Sea of Japan to Japan, and you've
Yeah, yeah.
got Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group is looking to do that takeover out of Japan. So
Yes.
yeah, that's the news. And can't say much more about it than that because it hasn't happened and there's no terms of agreement, but that's the rumor.
Yeah, and they're not committing to buying it either. But they did mention, I love it. They mentioned this was leaked by someone or whatever the case it may be, but they want the price to drop lower for them to make that move. Well, guess what? That news is putting the price the other direction, so it's not helping your cost here. So maybe you should stay quiet until it hit your actual price. But we'll see. Keeps dropping here. They haven't done very well. Usually news like this is not trade very good for intraday action. So we're keeping it off our list for now. Lee is next. We've seen Lee many times on our list. Today they're up 3.5 with a 287,000 shares traded. And you can see here on the pre-market, it just looks very, very light. I mean, doesn't look great for me. Dailies all over the place. I'm skipping on this one for today.
Yeah, I think this is based on a share repurchase program they announced. So they announced $1 billion in Class A share repurchase. So that's their news. I agree. I don't think it's gonna be great to trade.
Yeah, no good here. All right, let's see what else, friends. Again, not a whole lot here. JHG. I recall seeing this a couple of times on our list. As it's been, if you look at the daily, it's been gapping up pretty nice here. I have not really watched it. And this morning doesn't look any different. Doesn't look any more appealing to put on the list. We're up 2.8, 508,000 shares traded. And again, that's just, I don't think it's going to be anything exciting. But let's take a look. Let's see how it's been trading here. Yeah, you see, you're just not getting the volume. It's a couple of days where you did 12 million. So that's nice. But for the most part, look at this intraday action. It's just not going anywhere. This is really an entire day, 20 cents range here, maybe a little more, about 30, and just no volume. You have one breakout on the 19 here, which popped up pretty nice. Other than that, you have not seen much. Man, have you seen the video of the LaGuardia crash?
I did, yeah.
Wow. That was going actually a lot more than I thought, a lot faster than I thought, man. That was at least pretty fast, at least 100 miles, at least. I mean, it was flying.
Yeah, they looked at the granular data. Some of the aviation nerds out there pulled up the more granular ADBS data, and yeah, it was going 95 to 105 miles an hour or something like that. So
it was flying.
Yeah, I hate to say, given that the two pilots died, which is tragic, but you know, could have been worse, a lot worse. So
yeah,
that's the silver lining in all this. But yeah, I was gonna, you know how you and I are, Carlos. We could turn this into the morning air traffic control show if we wanted.
So easily. I mean, I already went down the rabbit hole on this thing. You know, listen to the ATC and all the, you know, and I get it. It's just there's some lives that were lost. People don't want to put blame, but it's very clear whose fault this is, right? Like, but you know, it is what it is.
Who do you think the blame lies with?
Oh, air traffic controller, man. You clear the truck to go.
No, I think it's the fire truck. You know why? Because LaGuardia has installed essentially traffic lights on their runway. So most major airports have these. They're lights that illuminate on the runway surface that say go or stop. And those take precedence over all tower commands. So technically the lights were illuminated that the truck could not go. And the truck should have known that. No matter what the tower said, they should not have gone.
I don't know, man. If the airplane is on the runway and it's holding, right? So I've been to LaGuardia many times. If the airplane's on the runway and it's holding and you got the lights facing at you, those lights are going to be on. So they could have been holding that plane, you know, and those lights will be on. That's the problem. And those are, you know, and because of emergency, they could have told the guy, you know, don't go. I know for aircraft, they're not supposed to go on the runway with those lights, but, you know, I don't know. It's a tough one. And one of the funny things is, a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't the fire truck look over and see that there's a plane there? You can't tell at night if lights are moving or if it's just standing still there. You can't tell, right? And it's unfortunate.
It's just a light in the sky. Yeah, it's hard to tell if it's 2 miles away or
if it's 2 miles away, if it's moving or not. In the dark, mist, rain. I mean, talk about the Swiss cheese effect. Everything that can possibly make it difficult did. And man, what a shame. More interesting, though. The reason I came to this was
nice if it Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go.
Well, I was going to say, if United Airlines had been a little more responsive, and you heard the audio of the pilot just kind of stuck out there begging for a solution, right? Like he's about to deplane. He's thinking about popping the slides, you know, like he's like, I want to rectify this situation, and he can't get through to his own airline. And you know, if they had just told him the gate would be ready in a minute or something, I think a lot of this might have been different. Yeah,
man. So many things could have happened on here, could have been avoided. So just a shame. But yeah, what brought me to this is, as I looked up, when's the last time they was talking about in the newspaper? When's the last time we had an accident here? Was exactly the exact same day 34 years ago in LaGuardia, a fatal accident. I'm like, geez, I'm not flying out of LaGuardia on March 22nd anytime soon. It's just crazy. So yeah, be very, very careful. All right. All right, let's see here. What we got going on? AXTI, my friends. Take a look what's happening here. This has been hot over the last couple of days. We have looked at it. You guys have called it out. I have not actually traded it. But man, it did well yesterday. Had a nice breakout. There's a couple of tickers that did break out pretty nice here. This was one of them. You can see here it went from 54 all the way to 65, $10+ move there from the open, or at least the low. And it traded very nice. It did trade very clean. So they were up another 2.4. And if you look at this daily, I mean, it is just, I'm gonna watch this today. I'm gonna watch it a little bit more closely, but because if it continues to trade like this, I think it's worth keeping on the list. The funding over as we're gapping up some more here. Light volume for the most part. You're still getting around above 10 million on the daily. So a little bit on the lighter side of things. Flow is 36.9, so you got to be careful with the shares on this one because it is technically a low flow for me. Anything under 40 is going to be a low flow, so be very, very careful with that one. So I'll be watching this maybe on a secondary. I mean, look at this list, guys. We don't have a lot to pick from, right? So I am going to add probably AXTI, and I probably will add also CoreWeave on this list. John, anything you like about that one?
Oh, AXTI? No, I don't see
Yep.
any news on it. No, not even sure why it's moving.
All right, cool. We'll put it on the list here. I'm going to put it on a secondary and see if there's anything good comes out of that one. But man, traded very well yesterday for the low float that it is, AXTI. All right, that right there, friends, covers our gap up. Stop CoreWeave. Sorry, I forgot about CoreWeave. Let's look at CoreWeave here. CoreWeave right now, we're up 2%, 436,000 shares traded. And you can see a little bit of action here. CoreWeave's a hit or miss for me. Like, I know they can trade well. I know they can get going, but they're not what they used to be as far as day trading, intraday action. So it's been very, very choppy. I know they get the volume. We would love for them to break out. We have a lot of success with them in the past. Here, we had a lot of fun here with them on the way up, on the way down, beautiful. And then they go on these stretches where it's just not tradable. Like, it's really tough to find an opportunity, at least for me with the way I trade, right? This is a little bit of range trading, so you're still getting a $5 back and forth here. But as far as breakout trades, I'm not getting what I want here on this one. A day like today there's not a whole lot. Could be a day we put on the list. John, what's your thoughts on CoreWeave? Is it something you watch and trade, or your hands off on this one?
It's on my secondary list. It went through a period. I'm sure you recall. You could probably find it on the daily where it was quite tradable. CoreWeave and something else I sort of mentally packaged together. There's another stock. I swear it begins with a C, and I can't recall it right now. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But CoreWeave's moving this morning. They popped up late onto our gappers list. News came out at 8 o'clock, I think, that Zonos, which is a company which is a leader in cross-border commerce technology, selected CoreWeave to power its AI-driven duty, tax, and international checkout systems. So they do have some legit news, and maybe that'll make CoreWeave something to watch today. It's on my secondary, and when the day gets about half an hour into the day, I'll start to set alerts on my secondary list for stocks for breakouts. So yeah, I'll throw one down on CoreWeave, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it can be a nice one. I'm going to put on the secondary list here just in case. All right, friends, that covers our gap up. You see NBIS come on and off this list a couple of times on there. We could take a quick look at it. Right now, it's just pretty much sideways. So it just keeps going above 2%. So coming on our list here. But right now, I don't see anything great on it. So we'll skip on it for now. All right, as far as gapping down, disappeared. But it was ALM. Was just on there this morning. So let's take a look at ALM, see what is going on here. This one today, wow, really not a whole lot of volume. We are down 2.8. It's going back and forth between 2.8 and under 2, obviously. But yeah, nothing to see here. No volume. I don't like the pre-market daily. Daily looks a lot better than the pre-market action does at the moment. You can see here a nice little move up all the way to 22, right back down to 16 the last couple of days. But again, it's just I don't see anything great on this ticker here. All right, John, as far as what you like this morning, I know you got your set of lists that you'd like to look at. Anything that's sticking out of the norm, or is it more of a usual suspect type monitoring day?
Well, when I first checked in this morning, maybe 90 minutes ago, the market was more mixed, and just meaning that on my watch list, there was more a mixture of red and green, meaning stocks that are up a bit and stocks that are down a bit. Now there's a lot more red. So I'm just looking to the SPY kind of trend down. It has been trending down a little bit. So I don't know if that's what's going on, but I don't know, Carlos. Yesterday was so good. I had a
Yeah,
great
you had a great day yesterday. I had a tough day, man, finding things. A really
I
tough day. But what did you trade?
just Tesla. I took one trade on Tesla and it just kept giving. I kept taking money and adding, and it just was like this repetitive cycle of happiness, which I probably will not happen again today.
I love that
But
repetitive cycle of happiness. Yeah, no, there was a few good ones, man. Tesla, and there's another one too. PLTR. A lot of people took that one. So yeah, there was a
yeah.
couple. It's just for me, man. I just didn't. I don't know. Every time I looked at everything that I had, it's just SMCI actually ran out pretty good too. Didn't think that was going to do a great one, but look at that, ran out pretty well. But yeah, we'll see, man. Looking forward to today. Hopefully, a
Yeah.
much better,
My
much
joke
better day.
yesterday was I had a great day. Now my job on Tuesday is to not give too much of that back, right? So
Yes.
that's might be the play today is just sort of protection, and who knows what the market will give. It could take off like a rocket for me. And it could be great, or Trump could tweet something, or not even tweet, but you know what's going on these days, Carlos? Something you might want to pull up if you're really gonna
Yep.
stick around all day is the presidential schedule. So you can go on the internet and look up what the official presidential schedule is, and it'll say what he's doing for the day. And actually, I'll pull it up real quick. But it's interesting because
Yeah. If you want
Trump
to share your
gives
screen, I can pull that up too.
um
We'll do soon. Or send me a link. I can pull it up here.
yeah, send it to you right now in Telegram. There you go. Um, So the interesting thing about Trump is that he's always happy to talk on a microphone. So every time he moves, off a plane or onto a plane, and the press gets a chance to stick a microphone in his face, and he's happy to talk. And at the moment with the situation in Iran, all the words are like tweets unto themselves. You know what I mean? He can say something at any given moment that's going to move the market. So it's an interesting time
Yeah.
to be a trader. Is everything so volatile? So I don't know. You don't necessarily get the time everything's going to happen exactly. That's the issue, but you do get an idea of when he might be on a microphone. So like today, what's he got?
8 a.m. Well, that passed already. 9 a.m. in town pool call. So you got a couple of things on here. Is
so
this
it,
all
it looks
his?
like
This is
today
only
he
all his schedule here. This just all him, or oh, it
yeah,
is. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
So
Um.
there's a press pool time at 9 o'clock. I don't know if that means they'll be talking to him, but yesterday he was doing more movement. So he was moving between like Memphis and DC. So he had all that tarmac time to get in front of a microphone. Today it looks like he's settled in basically the White House. So there'll be less of that, but just something to think about, as you're looking for if you're
Yeah.
want to do a little extra homework on your pre-market prep. There's something to maybe check out
I
while things are hot right now.
I want to see his tweet schedule. That's what I want to see. I want
Yeah,
to talk to the person that sets up his
exactly.
tweets.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you sending out? Can you send it to me first? I want to be ready. Wake me up. I don't care what time it is. Let me know what's happening with the tweets, right? Or the Truth Social posts. That's what I wanted to see. That schedule. But yeah,
Yeah.
where's the golf here? There's no golfing involved at the moment. I love the comments on Instagram, and when he goes golfing or something, it's like everybody loses their crap, right? No matter what president it is, whether it's Obama, Bill Clinton, whoever. When they go golfing, everybody loses. Like, guys, they're humans, They have downtime. It's okay to go golf. It's like saying, I can't believe he's carrying his baby newborn. Like, dude, what the heck is going on? I know he's a president of the United States, but
Yeah.
it's okay for him to go golfing. So people just lose their crap. No matter what side it is, whether it's Democrats, Republicans, they all lose their shit when a president goes golfing. Like, I don't
It
understand.
started with Obama. Like, not that Clinton and Bush certainly liked to golf, but I don't recall
Yeah,
him
he did.
getting
Yeah.
a lot of flack for it. But when Obama was golfing, they gave him hell, and they started to
Yeah.
measure how many days he was golfing, and then Trump took over from
Like,
him, obviously,
who
huge golfer.
cares?
So,
Let them
and then
golf.
Biden, they got into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when
It's
cops
where
are driving,
business gets
right?
done, right?
You see cops driving. They're pulling over to the laptop, and they're using their laptop after they're driving, using their phone. I'm like, oh, look, he's texting and driving. Well, I expect the cop to be trained enough to do that. I expect you to be able to do that. And I expect normal people that barely know how to drive to do that. Right? That's a whole different story. But I expect an officer to have enough training to be able to do that. Right? It's like, it's weird the way us humans think sometimes. All right, let's take a look here, friends. On the gap down, there's nothing. Oh, here's another one that just came up. Rigetti. Rigetti. All right, we're starting to get some action here. Here's Rigetti doing some things here. This is up down 2.1, 416,000 shares trade, so that's good. We are getting a little bit of volume today. I'm not sure. It just popped up, John, so I don't know if you had the opportunity to get any news on it yet. But we're getting a little bit of move. Or it could just be the overall market. Yeah, see the overall market is now pushing lower, which is good for us, right? We want this to go either up or down. We don't want it to stay flat. We want it to go up or down because that's going to create those nice moves that we got yesterday. Again, yesterday there was a lot of great plays. Unfortunately, I didn't take any, but there was a lot of really great breakout trades. And hopefully today we go to the downside or the upside. Because as day traders, we just want this to move. We don't care where it goes. Just move and help us get to our goal here. KPTI is the other one. Oh, we did look at that one already. Yeah, nothing to see there. It looks very messy. Getting under $6. Wait, we saw this when it was green, right? Am I bugging?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
We did. There's another one where fun is over on this one. So
yeah.
That
was the securities agreement with RA Capital Management. So yeah, just
all
right. The cookie crumbles, man.
Dropping here, and there it is in the red now this morning. So be very, very careful on this one. All right, friends, we are John is in covering for our good buddy Peter. Which, by the way, if you want to see where Peter is, I'll show you. Peter, we got a live view of where he is at right now. There he is. Peter is at the spa. You'll see everyone tomorrow. Give some likes for John. So there it is. This looks like a very oversized Peter. Like if you look at the relationship of the pool and him, it's like a giant Peter just swimming in there, splashing the water all outside. So it looks definitely AI generated there. Very nice.
And
all right, friends.
I happen to know Peter's not afraid to take his shirt off, so that's inaccurate as well. He will be shirtless in the water.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, giant Peter in the spot there. All right, friends, that covers our gap up and gap down. Again, pretty much, and it's bouncing, right? You see a lot of stuff disappearing from here, more stuff appearing to the downside, and I can see some of the stuff that's probably lower on the under 3% here start to take a little bit of some pressure as the SPY continues to push lower here. And if that happens, we just made a new low right now, so you're going to see a lot of things heading the other way. If you look at some of our usual suspects, we got like NVDA down slightly, moving with the SPY as well. You can see it out there at the moment. Tesla, same thing, making a new low now. And they're all just slightly, almost down 0.5%. That's what I'm seeing right now, right? Tesla getting there, SMCI, NVIDIA, MU, just everything following the overall market. So we'll be looking closely at that there. All right, let's get to you guys. Let's 8:30. John, did we get that 8:38? Did we get that news? How did that affect anything here?
Yeah, that's a good question. What did the market do at 8:30?
Yeah, what do we are getting a drop here, right? The unit labor costs, and
it doesn't look like it was. I mean, usually if there was something really reactive, you'd see it in the 8:30 1-minute candle. I don't really see that. We kind of drifted down through 8:30. But yeah, what we got the what were we looking for? The non-farm.
Yeah, it's the non-farm, and yeah, that still doesn't usually create.
It came in at 1.8%, so that was the forecast. So it's right in line.
Yeah, so this move is being created by something else. It's not that. The good one is going to be 945, as we mentioned earlier. That one usually has a bigger impact. But again, lately it's been weird. Yeah. Lately, sometimes something comes out and we get no reaction from the SPY whatsoever. And we'll see if today's any different. So right now, SPY feeling a little bit of pressure, feeling some weakness as it drops here, taking some stocks along with it. All right, let's take a look at over on the YouTube, friends. If you haven't done so, hit that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. It helps out the show a ton. But let's see what tickers you guys like this morning and what is in play here. So let's take a look. Let's see. What tickers? I'm also looking at X. So if you're on X as well, got you up. Also, let me know what tickers you guys like this morning. As you guys are pulling that up, I know I'm going to add Tesla to my list. Clearly traded so well yesterday. John, I know it's going to be front and center for you also. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that right now. Put Tesla right on there. Baba for you, Mojito, my good buddy. Let's take a look. Baba, we are down 1.1, 353,000 shares traded. Not a whole lot of activity. I was watching this on the gap down. And again, just didn't really find an opportunity. So I know you're watching it this morning. I don't see anything spectacular on it right now. But you know what? I'm glad you're watching it, because if you see something, you know what to do. Say something and let us know. PLTR is being mentioned here as well. Yeah, PLTR traded very, very well yesterday. What a beautiful day it had. It's been choppy for the most part after a beautiful run, right? And the reason, if you're asking, you know, does that mean that we cannot find opportunities during this chop here? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means it's a little more difficult, right, to get the clean move. When a stock opens up and you get very, you know, healthy pullbacks and keeps trending higher, it's a lot easier to trade. And if you got a good entry, you can get a very, very nice risk to reward here. So this looks really nice there. I had a nice move over the last couple of days sideways. Good day yesterday. Let's see if today can continue. Right now, volume is a little bit light, 462,000. But let's see. I like PLTR, and I think it can trade very well. John, I know you mentioned you have core read. How about PLTR? Is that one that's on your list as well?
Yeah, for sure. Especially, get these days with the war going on, it's a lot more volatile. So yeah, PLTR for sure, and Tesla, like you said. And I don't know. Otherwise, everything's sort of equally. I'm not real stoked about anything here, but we'll see how things play out.
Yeah, we'll take a look there. All right, let's continue, friends. And what else you guys like this morning? I see you're watching ELAP, Ugrow. Yeah, Ugrow was on our list earlier, and this is the one that low flow, right? Low flow stock, I believe. Yes. So we're up at 28%. Just be careful with this one. Clearly, definitely in play. Had a big day yesterday. Looking to continue that. It doesn't fit my criteria for what I like to look for, so I'm going to keep it off the list for now. Lee, we did look at. It is up as well. I'm going to just look more on Tesla from my end, but this one also popping up. Just got to see at the market open. Are you going to get the volume, right? Are you going to get the volume when the bell rings? Is it going to be enough to make a move there? Netgear, what's the ticket for Netgear? I heard the news on Netgear.
It's NTGR.
Yeah, NTGR. Yeah, so fill us in, John. These guys are gapping up 9.3, 151,000 shares trade. I think it's the first time we looked at this ticker ever, and it's because they have some news today.
Yeah, we actually put that in our slides. We can talk about it now. But the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, has just banned the importation of new foreign-made consumer routers into the U.S., citing national security concerns. The U.S. regulator pointed out malicious actors have already taken advantage of security vulnerabilities in foreign-made routers to disrupt networks. So it doesn't affect the router in your house right now, but it affects the foreign-made router perhaps you were looking to buy. So Netgear is a good beneficiary of this news, and they're up. But very low volume. But this could still be kind of interesting. This will be one to watch, I think.
Yeah, I will definitely watch. I like the news here, and it could be big for them. So I will put it on here. This is NTGR. I'm gonna put it on here. I'm putting it on the secondary. Just keep an eye on it, see how that plays out. But I will put that on there as well. All right, good morning, Sean. How you doing, my friend? All right, let's see what else we got. I see over on XVG. VG is Venture Global. We have looked at it in the past many times. Man, they're rocking on the last couple of days. So trying to go to their previous high here around, it looks like to be 1679 at the moment at 1629, up 3.1. Very light volume. I don't think they trade a whole lot of volume pre-market, but they can put in some serious numbers. Look at this, 100 million here, well over 50 million there in the last two trading days. So they're definitely doing well. I don't know what these guys do. I know Peter might have talked about it before. John, is this something that you're familiar with? I don't recall. What is it that they do here?
Let me pull it up real quick. Venture Global. They natural gas. There you go. Another one. So we had another company, another NG company this morning. Who was that? I don't remember. Was it Anna? Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, and the gap up. Yeah, so same sector. Yep.
So yeah, more petroleum based news, I guess, and this time natural gas.
Yeah, no, yeah, that stuff is clearly in play. I haven't traded, and through all this stuff that's happened, I haven't traded any of the energy tickers. I haven't found anything that I love. PLTR is probably the closest thing that we traded on this news and this war conflict stuff. Besides just the overall market doing what it's doing with NVIDIA, Tesla, and some other tickers as well. Still waiting for American Airlines to hit $10 so I can get in. We almost got there, and we just shy of it. So let's see. Maybe I'm being too picky. Maybe I just got to go with like 10:30, 10:50. So we'll see. But we're waiting for that to happen here for a possible swing, not a day trip, for a possible swing back to the teens if it can happen. All right, let's take a look here. We looked at many things already. SMCI for today. Let's see. So we had the huge gap down. We had the recovery yesterday. Today, I think you're gonna get less volume. I think you're gonna get a lot less volume. It's probably gonna be more difficult to find an opportunity on this one, guys. So that's my thoughts on it. So for that, I might not have it on deck this morning. I just think you're gonna have a bit of a tougher time this morning. I could be completely wrong. I mean, if any positive news comes out here, this thing can shoot up pretty nicely, right? I don't think it's gonna go any lower. I think this is the low, right? I think this is where it's going to stay. Again, my opinion only, not financial advice. Don't go in here buying a boatload of shares saying, "Hey, Carlos said this is the low." No, I don't know. Consider me a weatherman. I could be wrong. Yeah. So there it is. That's what I think. So for that, I'm just gonna keep it off the list here, man. I think it might be done. All right. I think we have everything.
So
friends.
Carlos,
Yeah, go ahead.
in New Jersey, where you live, natural gas is the main energy source for homes, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, we use gas for almost every home, unless you're a condominium. You're using gas. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you remember that Jones Act news that came out? Maybe it was last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. I don't know if people are familiar with this, but the Jones Act says that if you want to transport goods between U.S. ports, your ship has to be like U.S. owned, U.S. flagged, U.S. crewed, and things like that. So if you want to move something from New York to Miami, like you have to use a U.S. ship, and that's what the Jones Act says. And so the Northeast of the U.S. relies heavily on natural gas, and I just looked up New Jersey, so it's like 74% of homes there or something like that. And the issue with natural gas is we produce a lot of it in the United States, like down in Texas, for example. But because of the Jones Act for decades, or I guess arguably for over 100 years, not that they've had natural gas that long, but you couldn't transport natural gas from Texas up to the ports up around New York, New Jersey, because there are no U.S. owned, flagged, or crewed ships that are capable of doing that. There's only foreign ships that are able to move natural gas at the moment. So, and it's the same thing where I live. I'm not far from you up in New England. So the NG we want up here, it comes from like Africa and Russia sometimes and things like that. It's always driven me nuts. It's just a little trivia factoid for people.
Think about that, yeah.
Yeah, we produce so much here in the U.S., but we can't have it up where you and I live, and this we're affected by, if there's trouble in Africa or whatever, where the natural gas comes from, it's probably from Nigeria, I'm guessing. I'm not really sure, but you and I pay the price for that, and we can't, from our own country, we can't get this stuff sent to our ports. It drives me bonkers. I guess that's my Peter rant for this morning.
That's the Peter rant for today. Yeah, there you go. Oh man, I tell you, it's we do funny things, man. Countries do funny things. All right, friends, let's take a look here. All right, let's go over some news that we have here. And I know some of we already discussed, but let's take a look at some stuff here. Like speaking of this, what is the oil prices doing today? Gas prices. Let's take a look here on how that looks for this morning. So here's the average. I know you had this slide up, John.
Yeah, I don't want to be that Tesla owner guy who says like I don't really pay attention to this anymore, but I honestly don't pay attention to this anymore. I don't know what gas costs.
Yeah.
It's very rare for me to go to a gas station now, unless I'm doing my wife a favor with her car. But I guess the national average almost $4 here, and gosh, what was it before all this kicked off? It must have been. I think it was below $3, wasn't it? Maybe like.
Oh yeah, we were at and I only noticed because my wife told me. We're on like 285. It was the lowest we saw during the stretch, 285. Yeah, pretty low.
So probably no relief in sight. It's good to see New Hampshire up there where I'm at. Is the lone light blue in the Northeast. I don't know why that is. That's fun. Actually, I do know why. It's probably taxes because we don't have much in the way of taxes added to the gas price, which I think is obviously included here, which is why you see the West Coast coming in so high. But yeah,
Whoever
hopefully.
whoever did this chart, they're definitely not a designer in colors, because the white throws everything off. Like white should be the lowest, right? The minute I see this, I think if you look at the map,
Yeah,
you think white is the lowest. Like, so this goes
it's
where
either
the
that or
design.
it looks like white's like no data collected or
No
something,
data. Yeah,
like they
like there's
don't have.
something wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with this. This does not work. Okay, I know it matches your logo, but this does not work. All right, you got to figure this out a little bit better. But yeah, it's interesting. Oh man, we're so used
Also,
to
the
certain
breaking points in
patterns.
price, like 5.822 to 4.091. I mean, why not maybe do that from 5.8 to 4.1 or something, I
Yeah,
don't know.
just round this thing up. Like, yeah, interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff. But we're clearly seeing the reaction here on the markets, and I bet the price right now of crude or Brent oil is going up because we're seeing the reaction on the overall market. I'm sure that's what's probably driving it. I do have another slide here. Where do we have it? We had a. Oh, that one might have disappeared. I see that. All right, cool, man. Let's go over some of the stuff you have here, John, and then we'll get back to setting up our final list, looking at some possible plays, and getting ready for the market open.
Yeah, I grabbed this one real quick from the account Hedgie on X. Go ahead and throw Hedgie a follow. Hedgie would probably love the attention. But there's a million posts about this morning. We did talk about this already with the FCC banning those foreign-made routers. So yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, obviously, you got to believe the concern is legit, but Trump's all about backing American manufacturing and kind of forcing the issue. He's done that in the past, trying to strong arm companies into bringing their production back to the U.S. So can't help but wonder if that's a little bit of both going on here. But it'll be interesting to see how that falls out. I think there are exemptions companies can apply for. It says from now on, router manufacturers will be able to apply for conditional approvals for their foreign produced devices. It will then be up to the Department of War or the Department of Homeland Security to authorize them after establishing that they don't pose unacceptable security risk. So get your bribes ready.
Yeah.
However it really
Oh
works.
man. Yeah, yeah.
But this was some interesting news, Carlos. So this is
Yeah.
kind of funny. You know how algorithms work with, Instagram and X or TikTok or whatever it is. I think X's algorithm is particularly sensitive to anything that you click on. It just reacts too quickly to feeding you things it thinks you like. I've been getting AI news, which is making me feel incompetent and inadequate or something in the world of AI, because I keep getting these posts about if you're not doing this with Claude, you're missing out. If you don't know how to do this, you're going to fall behind. And so I've been getting this like AI anxiety that I'm going to be a caveman here soon, shortly, not understand what's going on with the world. But this is one of the posts I got. I think this one was pretty popular, so it probably hit a lot of people's news feeds. But Claude is now going to enable your computer to access your keyboard and your mouse. So like nothing's off the table now in terms of what it can manipulate and access on your computer. Any application it can run and it can interact with. So obviously some concerns there, perhaps.
That's some scary stuff, man.
Claude could log into your retirement account and wire it to somebody, the Nigerian
yeah,
prince or something. Yeah. But
it's crazy.
I guess if you're looking for more productivity, this is the way. So yeah.
Yeah, it is wild, man. I get it. When people come up with this stuff, they're thinking about, all the positive ways it can help people. But to every new feature in technology, as much positive things there's also the negative side that people are going to want to do harm, of course. And this just seems like it's a scammer's delight right here to get their hands on something like this, man. So we'll see how things continue to develop, friends. Hence, Cloud got deleted. Did it get deleted from your machine, Frank the Ball guy? You deleted it. There you go. All right, guys. Good morning. Great morning to everyone. If you guys joined us, we are here looking at the gappers list this morning. Not a whole lot on deck this morning as far as the gap up list. Buys going up and down right now. A little bit lower than it was this morning, creating a new low for the pre-market session right now. And we're seeing where things are going to go. A lot of tickers reacting to this. Like if you look at Tesla and other ones reacting to the way the SPY is looking at right now, and just kind of waiting for the next the next piece that's better of news to hit the radar here. All right, other than that, friends, we are set. My list so far is very light this morning. Hopefully I can add some more stuff. I got Tesla and PLTR. I'm gonna check if we have anything else. I know MU I watched yesterday. This looks good this morning too, guys. MU. So I like the way it's moving. I know it's moving with the market, but MU has been nice to take a look at, and I'm going to add that there. And we'll see what else to add. We still got plenty of times left for the market open, about 34 minutes or so. So we'll come back and see what else I can add here. But now let's head over to bearwithtraders.com, friends, where you can see what's happening in our community. So I'm just going to head over to the website, head over to bearwithtraders.com. And at the top, you're going to click on webinars. And once you do that, you're able to see what's taking place for this beautiful Tuesday.
Tuesday, we have, is that today? Yes, March 24th. We got Andrew. Is this correct? Is Andrew giving a webinar, Carlos?
Oh, wow. That's big. I'm not sure about that.
It's been a minute.
It's been I have not seen Andrew do a webinar in a long time. This will be fun. I'll join that. This will be good.
Everybody should join. Yeah, it's going great. Yeah. So Andrew's going to talk how to use Trading Terminal Market Atlas and NASDAQ Total View for structured, consistent day trading. Fantastic. Yeah. So that should be well
forward
attended.
to that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you will need elite access here. We'll talk about that later with the Bearable Traders website. But yeah, check that out. And then the next week, look at this duo. And the greatness does not end the following week because we have our own Carlos talking the ORB execution blueprint.
I don't know who did this schedule, but this should never happen. I should never go after Andrew, right? Because expectations are gonna be set so high. Now you got Carlos coming in. Like, how am I gonna keep up with that? You gotta put me first, then Andrew, right? So we gotta check that schedule. This happened to me one time when I was doing a webinar. I was presenting, and the person before was like Dr. Brett Steenbarger or something. It was somebody big. We did it for you guys for BBT, and I'm like, okay, I got to go after that guy. I mean, like, come on, It's like one of the first presentations I did here at Bear with Traders. So, but yeah, it should be a lot of fun. But we're going to be talking about ORB, friends, a complete blueprint structure and how to execute, how to find the stocks that make the best possible candidates for the 5-minute ORB. So, looking forward to having that with you guys. A lot of new examples I have as well from recent trades. So, I'll look forward to having you guys next week on a Tuesday.
Yeah, awesome. And then this afternoon or this morning, I guess, 11 a.m. Eastern, we have the man Brendan talking about DOS Trader Pro setup and basics for new traders. DOS Trader Pro is a very popular platform here with the Bearable Traders community, and Brendan is the man in helping people set that up and answer questions. And there's always something new to learn with DOS, So even if you think you got it all figured out, you could get into that session and say, Brendan, tell me something about DOS I didn't know, something cool that it does. And I bet you he surprised you. So yeah, definitely check that out. And then, like I said, if you'd like to join Bearable Traders, can you scroll up just a smidge, Carlos? Like an inch. There we go. Yeah. All right. So we've got did the annual subscription go away, Carlos? Am I just
this is it right here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm like panicking in my brain, like, where is it? Okay. 3 ways to join Bearable Traders. First way, $39 for 1 week of access. That gets you access to the basic side of Bearable Traders, the day trading courses, the live onboarding session. But it does get you access to the chat room, which I think is beyond a doubt the most valuable part of a Bearable Traders membership. So you could come into this chat room for a whole week. And we are here all day. We're here from 8:30 in the morning till the market closes at 4. Sometimes if there's something kick-ass for earnings, we'll stay later. But you'll learn so much. You've got you've got Andrew and Brian in the morning, following up with Gary and Paris trading, and then it goes to Eamon, then it goes to me and Megan, and then into Peter and Mike and Jared to close out the day. So tons of different perspectives, tons of different types of trading, and just all day long, people asking questions and getting answers. It's a really great resource. So pretty good price to check that out. If you want to join on a monthly basis, $199 a month gets you access to the elite level of membership. That'd be the webinars like we're talking about today. And I'm sorry, Carlos, can you scroll up one last time? I should have opened my webpage, but
No, yeah, it looks different. That's why you're yeah,
yeah.
they changed it up, yeah. And that, but if you look at it
I'm
here, for
all
example, this one here, no, it's new to me. I had to read it twice as well. So this is the annual you're looking at, right? So it's $99 billed annually, right? So that gets you the whole entire thing. That's 50% off, right? So it's this one here. It's just easier to read, right? 50% off. And if you
I should
want to
have
get,
studied, Carlos. This is a
I,
landmine I just stepped on
I
because
didn't study it, man. I was just, as you were going through, I'm like, I'm also looking at it, like, oh yeah, I see it now. So we're on the same page. You were just live doing it, so it's much harder. But yeah, there it is.
you and I are trying to get our way through a smooth morning show. We get to the sales pitch, which is, arguably the most important part for a company, and then just
This
kind
is
of fumbled the
you.
football.
You had one job, John. You had one job. All right.
I fumbled the football and then I kicked it with my feet trying to pick it up
Oh
and
yeah,
went all the
and then
way
you
in
tripped, and
the
then
end
you tripped
zone
over
for
it,
a
so nobody
touchback.
could get to it. It was just so bad. No, I'm kidding, man. All good, all good.
Ridiculous.
All right, friends, definitely check it out. And if, for those that are asking, I always get the question, "Hey, do we do lifetime and all this?" Yes, we do. It's over here. So if you're serious about your education, everything else, being part of BBT, head towards the bottom. You can see all of that. What I like a lot about this new website here is the funded account, friends. Let's take a look how we are doing. Danya, you are crushing it, my friend. Unbelievable. 74,000 in profits. Clearly, they're trading a little bit bigger size now, right? They did the right thing. They went and they got away from the 12,500, right? That's where they started. They got away from that, and then they started to step on the gas heavily. I mean, and it just look at this. Oh wait, am I showing you guys this? Yeah, here it is. Just look at this performance from them. Been incredible. Largest win,
Wow.
11,000. Yesterday, just a blockbuster day, right? And this is possible if you're able to keep your money. But look, they started off smart. They started off smart by trading small. Once they got the nice cushion, then they just started stepping on the gas. This is the way to do it, and they're just crushing it here. So congratulations. You're on your way to that payout. Don't Be careful. Be very, very careful. I saw someone yesterday. We are talking about this on the onboarding class, by the way, which you do every Monday night. So you could join us there for that. There was someone here, which they got to be careful. They had a big loss yesterday. I forgot what the number was, but they got to be careful here because they're in the payout. But if they continue, did they drop off? I hope not. Let's just take a look here. They had a bit of a loss here. I can't find it now. I'll look for it. But they had a bit of a loss, and they're still in the payout run, so you got to be very careful to trade small, right? Reduce to trade small and make sure that you're not losing it. But yeah, check it out, guys. Funded account, really, really nice. You can find more information at trainterminal.com for that. All right, friends. Right now we are set. I have Tesla, PLTR, MU on my list, and I'm going to ask some more if anything comes up. Right now, the Gappers list brought to you by trainterminal.com. Pretty stable. We haven't seen any more new tickers come up here. I think for the most part, a lot of stuff is just waiting to see what is going to come up here. People are saying that is Danya is Andrew in disguise. No, no, I don't think it is. But it will bet you. There's some questions, man. It's a good trader, that's for sure. But no, it's not. It's not Andrew. All right, friends. Let's see what else. I need to add some more. I think I'm going to put NVDA as well on the list. Right, so we'll add NVIDIA. This is also another good one. I know it's moving with the overall market, but I think it's worth having on here as well. So we're going to put it on deck here. And I think that's going to be my list, man. Short and sweet today, John, for me. Tesla, PLTR, MU, and NVIDIA this morning. So not sure if you have anything else there. We'll ask some more if we need to, but I think I like my list this morning.
Yeah, no, things just seem to be getting more red. Honestly, the last green things clinging to life here are CRWV on my list, PDD, which is just untradeable garbage these days, but it often bucks what the market's doing. Pinduoduo, that's the Chinese company. Um, NBIS is still up 1.3%, and otherwise it's mostly just starting to look like a bit of a bloodbath here. SPY's down 0.5%. Yeah, and the market sold off at the end of the day yesterday, right, Carlos? More or less.
Yeah, a little bit,
Kinda, yeah.
not huge compared to the what we had in the morning, but yeah, we had a little bit of sell off towards the end there.
We've lost about
Um,
half of the boost from yesterday. The the
right.
the pre-market boost, which was on, what was that news? The war ending or deal made or something. I can't remember. It's all
That
blurring
was
together now.
last night. Yeah, I know it's so much, right? That was last night. That was yesterday morning, right over here, right? So that's where you got the pop up and well all the way up to 666, and then from there just sideways for a little bit, mainly selling down, right? So we lost half of that move, and right now we're smack halfway through that at the moment. So you can see that there as well. Um, so yeah, it should be interesting, man. Looking forward to see how this is going to look when the heavy volume comes in. Are we heading back down on the daily to some of these lows here? This is going to create some good movement for us on a lot of tickers. I mean, right now, oh man, look at the SPY. SPY's feeling a little weak, man. A little weak here. We're pushing lower. No news data that I'm aware of yet. If we look at our economic calendar, the next thing we have, I believe, is 9:45. Let me just confirm that. Yes, 9:45. So, nothing on the schedule for right now. All right, I see.
I do have some
Andrew.
Tesla news for you, Carlos.
Oh yeah, give it to us.
You have to go to your Telegram, though. I sent you something.
Oh, I will. Yep. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Telegram here.
This is inside knowledge on Tesla. Only I have this information.
Only you have this.
And you're gonna have
Where?
to listen to some Tesla crap. So a couple on Sunday, I was driving
This is
from
you. This is you.
this is my camera from my car, and
Yeah.
I'm using self-driving going down the highway here, and you can see my car drives straight into the breakdown lane, right?
Oh.
This U-Haul van just came at me. The video doesn't even do it justice. Like, he was
Mm-hmm.
coming at me because I'm kind of zoned out. I'm listening to a podcast and it's the car's driving itself.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I just feel the car kind of drift rather not like a
Abruptly.
crazy
Abruptly. Yeah.
more abruptly than I was expecting, for sure. I wasn't expecting the car to drive into the breakdown lane. I was like, what the hell's going on? And I looked to my side, and that U-Haul van was like in my face, like just coming at my car. So little shout out to the technology here. Kind of saved the
Yeah.
day.
That's. I'm telling. It's the future, man. It's the future. If he was driving a self-driving van, this wouldn't happen. You know, it's the future, man. The driving is a thing of
I
the past.
think
The only driving that should be done by humans is going to be at the track. You will go take your car to the track. Go take your Lamborghini or Porsche to the track. If you're driving, commuting, it should be automated. That's it.
Yeah. I think
Oh
if I was
man.
driving, Carlos, I think I would have reacted in time, maybe, but my reaction would have been delayed for sure, because I just wouldn't have. You got,
Yeah.
when you see something with your human eye, you have to see it happening, then sort of believe it and then react to it, right? But the car just like maintains this distance. So when that thing came over, my car immediately was shifting and then braking also to let it pass forward. So
That's
yeah.
pretty
So
impressive, man.
I'm
With the
I'm
weather
still
and
bullish on
everything.
Tesla. Yeah,
Yeah,
great,
that's pretty
great tech.
impressive.
I know Megan
Yeah.
is shaking her head somewhere if she's listening. She's like, I can't believe I have to listen to this guy tout his stupid car one more time. But that's the
Yeah.
deal, Megan. I'm on the morning show, so I get this microphone.
The thing is, no, humans, Alex on the palm tree, humans can react fast to changing speed. So we are, this one final fact, I see Andrew getting ready to go. When you're following a car in front of you, unless they hit the brake lights, if they're slowing down, humans cannot tell that car is slowing down. We're very bad at that. And this is proven, right? We're not good at telling speed at a distance. The computer, the sensor, is tracking that speed every single time. The minute that car reduces just a little bit, the computer knows. It's much faster than you can react, process, and hit the brakes, right? So the computer is always going to be faster, even if you're paying attention, right? It's just the way it is, right? So good for technology. All right, friends, I see Andrew. Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Good morning, sir. I am doing good. I hope everybody's doing great. Market seems that it's kind of flat, but it seems like a volatile. morning. I see that the typical names are gapping up and down. So QQQQ seems they're gapping down a little bit. Very important level at around 580. I'm actually excited to see if we can get a trade around that area
Yeah. Andrew,
on
can you share
TQ.
your screen with us?
Yeah,
When
I'm
you
going
get
to
a
share
chance?
my
Yeah.
screen as well. There you go.
All right, should be coming up here. All right, there it is. Got it.
Yeah, so in the pre-markets, it seems that some of the movers are oil company and SOXS and SQQQ are hitting the scanner. So SOXS is the reverse of SOXL, so that's down 3%. That's the semiconductors. SMCI is doing nothing. NVDA is getting down a little bit. AMD is kept down 1%. And Apple the same. Do you remember this AHMA that we traded yesterday? We didn't trade it, but we mentioned it from $8 and now it's $1.83. This kind of pump and dump. That's what we are really trying to say. People stay away from this kind of pump and dump stocks. That's crazy that it popped up $6, $7, $8, and now it's at $1.83. It's really scary. So that's why we always say we stay away from this kind of really penny stocks because it's just destroy lives. That is crazy. PLTR had a very interesting run yesterday. Now it's gapping up, so we have this very powerful resistances in the daily chart at around 162. If we can stay strong, we can potentially go toward 164, or we might get stay choppy. Today it looks like a hangover day. So hangover days are strong days that go up, and then you gap down a little bit, but you might get a continuation day toward that breakout. But overall market seems that a little bit weak right now. SPY seems that it's to the downside. Um, Anything else that is really in my SanDisk was the one that we traded yesterday. It was gapping up toward the all-time high. Now it's going, pulling back toward the moving averages. Hmm. My usual suspects are not really that gapping up or down. Any specific ticker that you like, John or Peter?
I'm not super stoked this morning about anything on my normal watch list, Andrew. I'll watch Tesla because it treated me nice yesterday, but it's just today's not the same kind of day as it was yesterday in the morning with the news we had. So I'm just probably gonna watch and wait. I usually, if I'm being good, I take a big 5 minute pause before I even think about taking a trade in the morning and let things settle out, and I'll be doing that today.
Yeah, it seems to me that Microsoft has been really trying to find the bottom around 380. So I'm already shorting some puts on 380 on Microsoft for the end of next week. So I'm synthetically long on Microsoft. See if you can actually get to hold this 380 level, but definitely market has been struggling to go up. Really doesn't go down much. Friday we tested the 644 on the SPY. Now today we're gapping down. All right. Is Peter traveling to Egypt now today for his boot camp?
Peter's
No,
getting
no.
cucumbers put on his eyeballs.
His what?
He's at a spa day, presumably with his wife, although I don't know if he
Spotted.
mentioned.
No. It's him and his buddy go once a year to the spa. It's like a thing they do every year. So him and his one of his friends. Yeah.
Well,
Nice.
look at me getting all gendered.
Yeah.
I figured he was there with a woman. Okay, all right.
But here's a picture of him. You can see him in there. He looks very giant on this picture. Very oversized AI Peter there. So
That's
there you
AI.
go.
That's AI.
Oh yeah, for
Generated
sure,
picture.
for sure, for sure.
You know what? For the chat room this morning, if anyone's listening, we should have a Peter Spa Day AI contest. So go ahead and create your best Peter Spa Day and send it in, and we'll vote on the winner.
Yeah, so today nothing really catching my eye. So I stay with the usual suspects and see if we can get any good momentum going through these guys. Um, SMCI also might be. I'll keep an eye on SMCI as well. So SMCI might still be in play. Smugglers.
I know these guys, man. That's a lot of chips. The billions of dollars that they smuggled in. It's, jeez. So I guess I got my theory. They forgot to pay off someone, and they blew the whistle.
I
So
know what the fuck, what the hell they were thinking. Really
right,
thinking that they're not getting caught. And these are some of the smartest people in the planet because I was reading a Harvard Business Review article, and the instructor was saying that one of my hopes is that my part of my class doesn't end up in jail, because ending up in jail is actually pretty common for a lot of these Harvard Business graduates, because like 5% of them end up in white collar crimes.
crime. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Uh,
Netgear. What's the ticker for Netgear in the chat they're saying?
It's
uh,
NTGR.
NTGR. 10%. Doesn't have a lot of volume though. Netgear.
Yeah, I would see this as more of a you could trade this today, but not a momentum trade or not something quick. But if you want to play it over the course of the day or for hours, it could yield something for sure. But the volume is terrible for like a
Artsy.
quick day trade.
Yeah. John, you look so sharp. The webcam is really good. The new camera. Congratulations.
Some super smart guy recommended this new webcam to me, and yeah, I've got it fired up now. Don't make me too big. I don't
I'm
really want
making
to
it
be.
as big as I can, man. Making you
Oh boy,
oversized.
I
There
need
you
the
go.
Yeah.
shades.
Looks sharp, man. Looks good. You can
I
do it
Yeah.
can't
bigger
believe
too.
how long I put up with a crummy camera for years, and apparently the solution was $48 away. I had no idea.
It's awesome, man.
Yeah, I for one admire the hustle on the SMCI guy. I like it that a guy worth $500,000 in equity in his company was kind of side hustling uh, components out of his trunk and removing serial numbers with a hair dryer and stuff. I like it. It's a some for some people the entrepreneurial spirit you can't kill. You know what I mean? So that guy, he kind of effectively made it for himself. He was rich. He had a real company, but he felt this need to sort of do something. You see with Andrew sometimes, like just this need to do something new, to grow, to try something else. I mean, so not impossible. We see Andrew side hustling some illegal components out of his Lamborghini trunk someday.
uh, selling chips. MU chips. Oh man, that's hilarious. When is it
You gotta
enough,
do
man?
something. You gotta do.
Yeah,
You gotta do
yeah.
something.
Always be hustling.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hand it over to John and Carlos. I'm gonna go do the live trading in the chat room and see you guys in the chat. I'll come back later after the trading session and see what we're going.
All right, awesome. Good
Go
luck
us.
today, Andrew. See you a little bit later. All right, friends. Just a little over 10 minutes for the market open, and my list still the same. I just added SMCI towards the bottom there, but I do have Tesla, PLTR, MU, NVDA, AXTI on the secondary, SMCI, CoreWeave, NTGR, and there's a couple of low flow stocks. If you do like those, if you look over the gappers list, there's a couple of low flow stocks on here. There's a few. You got Ugrow, you got Anna, also 6.8 million shares float, and you got HHG, JHE, excuse me, about 2 million shares flow. So a couple of low flow tickers there. Actually, no, not that one. There's another one that was low flow. Here, KPTI. That's the one that was on the gap up. So got a couple on there you could take a look at and see if they fit your style of trading. For me, that they're not really going to cut it. So I'm going to skip those for now. But other than that, guys, we are set. 10 minutes to the market open. And on what seems to be a quiet news morning, a news headline at least, besides the SPY right now, making a new low just a couple of minutes ago and most likely dragging things lower as we prepare for the open. So we'll see what happens. Should be a great day. Hope it's a great day. And hope that we can find some opportunities. And you mentioned earlier, we were talking earlier, John, about someone, the importance of keeping the money that you make, right? And we're talking about this yesterday on the onboarding class too. We had a trader, and I won't share his name, but he, he knows how to trade, knows how to make money. He goes 10 to 8 days, green, and then he has this one day where he gives it all back, So can't tell you how many people we come across that have that challenge where they know how to make money, they know how to trade, they know how to stick to the rules when things are going well. But when things are not, this is where they get into trouble. So so important to practice that discipline. Get out when you need to. Don't force it. And you just got to accept the loss. Like, you're not going to be a batting average of 1,000 in trading. It doesn't happen, right? So take the loss.
Yeah.
I always tell people out of 100 trades, you're going to lose 40. And if your risk to reward is okay, and if out of those 40, you stick to your rules and you don't overpay to find out if you're going to be a winner or not in those trades, you could be profitable, right? But it's not easy to have a 60% win rate for a lot of people. That's failing, right? We're used to got to get above 65 to be able to pass the class. Got to get 70, got to get 80. That's not realistic for a lot of traders when it comes to trading, right? So I'll be very, very careful with that.
Yeah. I saw that post from that trader in our chat room about the 8 to 10 green days and and how to handle the loss, because he's capable of producing these returns, but then he takes the big hit, and it's just another one of those things about day trading that's something you got to kind of figure out, and it's going to take some time because I've been there. You get these streaks 10, 12 days or more, and it becomes very hard to take the red day, because more than likely in that streak of days, you had some comeback days, where you saved it all. I mean, if you have 10 green days in a row, it's likely not 10 green days of just like crushing it easily, right? There are probably some struggle days in there where you eventually nugged out a profit. And so that weighs in the back of your mind. Like, I've dug out of this before, I can do it again. And then that's the day you keep digging and you can't get out of the hole, and you're just making it worse and worse. And something I found that helps is if you trade to one edge, to one strategy in one particular way, and you really adhere to that, you will start to understand where your higher probability times are and what your higher probability mornings look like and things like that. So as a high day break trader, I'm looking at this watch list. I'm looking at the way stocks are setting up, and it's not screaming high probability day to me. It's screaming low probability day, which again, may not be the way it works out. We'll have to see how the stocks open, but I got to keep that in mind that this yesterday looked amazing to make some money, and then I did, and this morning not so great. So just got to be careful. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you leave your aperture wide open in your mind, if you think like you have 3 to 5 strategies and you always have a way to sort of play whatever's going on, that's what leads to over trading and overconfidence and getting into those days where you just kind of keep piling on losses. And I'll tell you, traders don't really have 5 strategies they can play. They think they do, but you don't. It takes a long time, a lot of screen time, a lot of hours to work out one particular edge. And you can do that, but you got to put in the time. But once you truly do that and you figure one out, you'll start to realize how silly it is to think you might have 5 of those, right? Just a tough thing to pull off. But so a lot of traders just kind of believe that they do. They believe that the reversal is a legitimate option for them. They believe that the breakout's a legitimate option for them. They believe that some kind of range bound trading is a legitimate option for them. And they'll tell themselves that, but not really. It's just the probabilities aren't in their favors, and then it just leads to those losses. So, that's a piece of advice I give out a lot is, the strategy focus and developing an edge that works for you is it's immensely powerful. Believe in it. It can work. And it's probably the best way forward.
Absolutely. All right, friends, let's get some levels in place. We're just 5 minutes from the market open. Nothing else to see as far as adding to the list. I think we got a good solid list right now that's That's set up to see what happens. Like if we get any opportunities out of these or the market, we can take advantage of it. So let's start here with our good buddy Tesla, first on deck this morning, surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days. I am going to mark down the high of the pre-market right at 383.71. The low is going to be down at 376.72 is the low of the pre-market. Once you do that, pretty much surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days. So I don't think you really need to add anything else. I think you're pretty set there. PLTR trying to break out. He had a great day yesterday. Did move very nice yesterday. 159.31 is the low this morning. The high is slamming into the high from yesterday, the previous day close, and the high from a couple of days ago, right in here, right? So our high this morning is, to be exact, right at 161.42 is our pre-market high. We can put a level there. And if we scroll to the left, let's see what else we have here. We're going to go back to January timeframe. You can see a couple of days up here with some good levels. Very nice one here, 165. And also above that, you have the back and forth happening here around 165.20 and 170. So a lot of action there this morning on PLTR. PLTR is trying to come back. It's been taking a very nice hit. The last not the last, but all of part of January and part of February really has been taking a dive here, trying to recover in the last couple of days here. That's just trying to break out of that range that has been stuck in. Here is MU setting their all-time highs around 470, 75-ish, around there. Set their all-time highs, their new one, and then it has since seen a lot of pressure with the overall market dropping down here quite a bit. So highs and lows towards the top. I don't think you need to add anything. We'll stick with the high of the pre-market at 410, and then above that, guys, highs and lows doing a pretty good job up there. Previous day close as well. The low of the pre-market this morning set to 396. Oops, zoom back in here. 396.26. So right over here, we'll mark a level right around there. And then below that, just in case we do drop, we do have the next big level is 390. But we'll see if we can get there. Right now, showing a little bit of weakness in the pre-market. Let's see how that continues. Trying to bounce from these pre-market lows at the moment, as you see here on the screen. Next and last is going to be NVIDIA. So NVIDIA as well, feeling a little bit of pressure from the market sell-off that we're getting in the last couple of minutes. 174.35 is the low of the pre-market. The high is going to be right up here at 176.55. And once you mark that, friends, highs and lows last two trading days again here, doing a really nice job. These are automatic levels on Dash Trader Pro that we don't have to mark them. You can turn those on if you don't have them set already, or if you're using whatever other platform you're using. This should be a feature to be able to turn those on, make your lives a little bit easier. All right, with that, a minute and a half for the market open. John, anything else that has crept up into your list that you want to point out, or we're good to go? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I'm all set. Just ready to watch my top 12 here. I was just saying, sorry to cut into your level setting time there. I didn't realize we hadn't done that yet.
No. It was good. I knew they were going to be easy because it's stuck between the highs and lows and their usual suspects. So it was not. I waited till the last minute in case we had to add anything else, but no, we're good, my friend. No issues at all. All right, we'll be ready for the bell here in just a moment.
I've got to get my charts set up.
Yeah, good luck from Andrew to everyone in chat. Friends, take a moment to hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We appreciate it. It does help out the channel a ton. This is the only reason why we ask you to help us out there, because it does help. It does help. Right now we're sitting at 217 likes, over 1,000 viewers in the chat today. So thank you guys. Love the support, and I appreciate you guys being here this morning. So there it is, 20-second countdown, and let's get ready to rock and roll. Let's see here. I'm looking for my tools, Atlas, getting everything ready. And here we go. All right, there it is, friends. Market is open. I got NVIDIA up here. I got the 1 minute and the 5 on my screen, and we'll see how things play out here.
Netgear is getting a strong pop right off the open. That's out now, up 16%. It was up about 10 last time we talked about it.
That's a strong move, man. That's definitely in play today. I'm glad I added it to the list there.
volume still terrible. 270,000 shares right now.
Yeah.
Even with the opening candle, it's really not much at all.
Yeah. PLTR taking off here, showing some strength, going green at the moment. NVIDIA up and back down. MU, same situation, up and down right now. Trying to figure out what's next. Volume could be better. PLTR.
SNDK is trying to go green. Might have difficulty doing that here. We'll see.
Are we hit $800 on SNDK yet?
Oh,
Not
no,
yet.
no, not yet.
Close. We got close.
They get close. Yeah. What did we get to?
Yep.
776, 77.
776. Yeah. Yep.
Might be a split in the future for SanDisk. Be interesting to see if they announce that this year, if it stays
Yeah.
up this high.
That will help. That will help the trading. Hopefully, intraday trading could be a little more manage the risk a little bit better, because right now it's just flies off the handle, man, quickly. With the lack of volume.
The spread is hitting $2 right now. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yep.
Well,
here is Tesla
ticking
going
up
green.
here.
Yeah, things are feeling a little love right now, a little green. Tesla going green at the moment.
NVIDIA just hit PDC as well.
Let's see, NVIDIA. Yep. Tap into that. Good. All right, friends. I don't think I'm gonna get a 1 minute engulfing. That looks great. So I'm looking for a 5-minute ORB now. See if anything sets up that way. Let me know if you guys take anything long or short in chat. I'm looking at your messages, so let me know. MU turning around, heading the other way here. You got this 5-minute indecision candle just building up on the 5-minute, right? So it's just a big indecision at the moment. Went up, came back down. We're just kind of just trying to figure out where we're going from here. So I do gotta say, if it does go below the VWAP in the next couple of minutes, I will like that for sure if it's in the cards. So let's see how it sets up the next couple of minutes. Nearing the 5-minute ORB, right? Not right now.
I'm always watching the stocks that open strong, because the ones that open strong, when they pull back and then go to re-break, can be the good, easy, like quick breakouts. And that would be Tesla, SNDK, AMD, and NVIDIA, maybe Coin too. I'll keep an eye on that. Tesla probably looking the strongest so far. And like I said earlier, I like to wait through the first 5 1-minute candles. So
Careful with this Anna stuff, guys. I mean, it is, it's trading pretty erratic right now. Tons of volume. I mean, 2.4 just on this one here, but just be careful with this one. I like to set up an MU for a possible short here. I just gotta wait to see how the next minute or so develops here. Can we go back up to the VWAP and then slam back down? I would love that short there if we can. And this is MU, so you got to give it a lot of room. Like, take less shares and give it a lot of room. Like this thing, you need sometimes a $2 stop on MU. So just be mindful of that. Take less shares so you keep your risk the same and you're not getting blown out of the water here.
I like SNDK for one reason, and that's that it had a strong open. It failed to break 710, which is a decade level, so often high liquidity and just people watching it. Pulled back from there. May try to hold PDC here and then go to re-break that 710. The problem with SNDK is the price and the spread. So I really can't get into this too heavy, and then I kind of get a really big move because of that spread. But I'm going to watch it here. We're watching that 710.
All right. Let's see, friends. All right, MU is bouncing off the VWAP here. It seems this is a very weird 5-minute ORB. You got this like perfect indecision almost on the 5-minute ORB on MU. So tough area. Do like it for a potential short. I'm not gonna lie here. Risk reward is nice. We'll give it 402.50. That's exactly $2 from here. Let's see. SPY is selling off a little bit.
Yeah, rough SPY candle there. That was kind of holding up some of the longs. Not Tesla though. Tesla's still cranking.
Yeah. Okay. Don't like the price action. I'm not in it yet. Oh man, that looks good there though. Okay, we're going short now. Short now. Should have got in early when I said it. That should have got in, but we're short now. Let's see if MU wants to sell down. We're looking for 397.40 and greater. Let's see if we can get the drop here. All right. See Andrew doing his thing in Tesla. So Andrew, oh man, why I should just trade Tesla every day. I don't know why I look at anything else. I should trade Tesla every single day. It just opens up. Just go long Tesla. Like there's no need to do all this looking around and trying to find what to trade. Just Tesla long all day, John. Why we do this to ourselves? Remind me.
That's the Brian Pezza method. I'm telling you that he talks about all kinds of things going on in the market, and then every morning Brian is all over some Tesla. Loves it.
Goodness,
he wants one.
It's just insane. 4250 is my stop. Tesla. All right, let's see here. All right, I am short MU. 402.50 is my stop here, friends. Let's see if we can survive it. Again, I'm no stranger to giving MU a lot of room because you need to do that on MU. But look who's long a Tesla, guys. Andrew, of course, long Tesla from 379. Big move. He's already partial a couple of times here. On an amazing move on Tesla. So awesome stuff. Not sure if Brian has traded anything on his end, but he is Andrew's crushing Tesla right now. I'll give you a shot of what that looks like. MU's looking good here. I like that we're back below the VWAP. It is messy though, friends. This is messy MU. So it's not looking too good here. At the moment, the way this price action is back and forth. But I love the lower the VWAP. We can continue to stay under that. We're in good shape. But I want to get some cushion. I want to break some of these lows, get down to 397, get a little bit of cushion. Then you can move around a little bit sideways. But if you can give us some cushion, that would be great. Let's see if that's coming up. All right, SPY seems to be wanting to help us. So I'm looking at the SPY as well. Let's see if we
Carlos,
can
I don't know if
get,
you looked at the RVol, but it's really low on a lot of these major stocks. I mean, like actually bizarrely low.
Yeah.
Not bizarre, but like low. AMD 47%, Apple 43, Amazon 43, NVIDIA 49. Yeah. So a lot of stocks low interest.
That indecision volume, right? How's Tesla? Oh, what? You saw that drop on MU? That's interesting. Just like popped up and just dropped here. This could be good for us. When did we have news coming out? We got data, guys, coming out. We still got a little bit more time. Here it is. It is 9:45. So, all right, we got a couple of minutes still. We'll see how that plays out. All right, let's see if MU is going to deliver for us, friends. Right now, looking really good, breaking low of the day. I want to hold for our risk to reward. Remember, we're risking $2 on this, right? So we want to get at least 397.40 and lower to make this worth our while, right? So, and I think that might be in play here. Let's see. Let's see if we can get it.
Pre-market low down around 397, Carlos, or maybe that is your 397.40.
Yeah. So right here we got a little bit. Oh, very nice. Come on. I hate waiting for this, but I have to so the risk reward can work. There we are, friends. All right, let's take our partial. All right, MU, good for you. Delivering. Randy, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that PLTR was the one for the win today, and I'm here begging MU to give us something. Really? PLTR? Oh, I tell you, that is clean, friends. Wow, wow. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to look at that. But yeah, PLTR was beautiful there. MU, take some lessons from PLTR. Oh, okay. My tray's clean too, guys. All right, do not, do not crack on my tray. My tray's looking very clean right now. Oh man, very nice. Partial here under 395, friends. Let's see if we can continue. But wow, PLTR, what a move. Yes, I agree. As much as I want my trade to be the cleanest one here in MU, PLTR and Tesla. I mean, look at Tesla. Another one that again, just Tesla takes off. Look how beautiful and clean this is. Right? Andrews Long, 379, guys, right in here. Partial added a couple of times. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wow, did not expect this big drop on MU so clean the way we're getting it now, guys. So I'm gonna be I don't want to be too aggressive on the partials, and I don't want to be too greedy. So that's always a fine line. Am I being too? I don't want to be too aggressive, but then I don't want to be too greedy. Like to find that balance when you do partial. And we're getting a nice move here. So I'm gonna try to see if the SPY continues to head lower. Oh no! I would not do that. I would not exit a good trade to go chase another one. No, and I want to exit any trade to go chase another, whether it's not working at the moment or it's working. I've done that too many times. And usually when something's not going in my favor, like here, I'll get desperate. I'll get out of the trade, go chase another one. Then this one ends up like it is right now, ends up making the move. So I miss this one and I get too late on the other one. Cannot tell you how many times that has bit me in the butt. It's just incredible. So, but no, stick to the plan. And at one point, I was doing it so much, John, that I actually set a rule. After I get out of the trade, I have to wait like 10 minutes to get to the next one, because I was just constantly looking for the next trade to jump in right away, and it's just that doesn't work. No longer have that rule, but at one point that was a weak point in my trading here. All right, I'm gonna take a partial here because look at the SPY seems to want to pull up maybe. Oh man, this is nice, guys. Hopefully you guys were able to take either this one, MU, PLTR, or Tesla long. Hopefully you guys are having an amazing morning so far. John, have you taken anything? Well, things are going down, so maybe no high of day yet.
I just took a long on Apple, but it's not doesn't want to go through that pre-market high. Oh yeah, no, it's not working. I'm gonna get out of that. That's a tough level. That's always a interesting decision about whether to trade through the pre-market high these days. Used to be such a good level for longs, and it's not so much anymore. We're gonna watch Apple and see if it catches itself here and goes for the 252 again. That's the first Apple trade I've taken in a long time.
Yeah. Apple, I have not traded Apple in a while. For sure. They got a lot of stuff coming up. I mean, there are a lot of people retiring at Apple and moving on. Like I know their COO and a couple of high level executives are moving on, especially as Apple is coming to their 50-year anniversary, man. That's wild, huh?
Did you see they're going to add ads to Apple Maps? We should have talked about that this morning. That was another big news item.
Who uses Apple Maps?
I actually use it.
Really? Why?
Only when I'm like in my wife's car. I don't know. I've just always
okay.
Ever since they fixed it way back in the day, I started using it, and it just kind of became my default. You know why? Because it works with Apple Play seamlessly, very very easily.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Google does too, though. Google
yeah, I know.
does.
I don't know. I think Apple Maps is fine. I think it's a complete.
You don't want to cross contaminate. You don't want to Apple to Apple and. What's going on?
That's kind of my thinking. Yeah, I got an Apple phone. I've got Apple CarPlay. Use the Apple Maps.
Yes. No, in all seriousness, yes, Apple Maps has come a long way. It works perfectly fine. Sometimes when I click on an address from like a text or something, it picks Apple Maps and I keep it. It works great. But to add ads on that, come on now. Well, what are we doing here? What's the
I
reasoning
actually
for
like the
that?
UI of Apple Maps a little better. I think it looks a little simpler too. Like Google's a little more busy in its visual.
It's a little more busy and
Yeah,
a
so
little more messy. Yes, it is. Um, but again, a lot of us when we started using Apple Maps at first, the experience was so bad that I'm sure a lot of people still think it's somewhere like that. It just never came back after that. Like your first impression has to be right, right? If you don't get it right the first time, you're gonna dig yourself out of a hole really bad, right? You got to get it right the first time, especially when you have a competitors like Google. You know, you got to get it right. You got to get it right the first time. That first impression really sticks with people. But yeah, Apple's much better now than it was.
guess which year it was that Apple had the map fiasco that everyone still remembers?
Oh, let me try to guess here. This would have been no 1990s, 1999. No,
Oh,
that's too far out. No, that's too far
I
out.
thought
Like
I
10 years
I
after
thought you'd
that,
say
maybe
2018 or
2010.
something.
Yeah, 2010,
20,
I'll say.
2012, pretty close.
Okay, pretty close. Yeah, that was. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 1999. We're not even using phones. I think I had a beeper at that time. For those kids that don't know what that is, it's a pager. You just get bust on. Um, all right, and NVIDIA also pulling up higher here, guys. Andrew is long NVIDIA. Very nice. Restore short
Oh,
MU,
Tesla
looking to see for
broken.
390.
Shit.
1999. I was off by 10 years. Not too bad. But then what every human does, right? I said 1999, then I went, okay, how old was I? And I realized, oh no, that's not it. Because realized I was way too young at that time. I think it was not even out. So it's a little bit after. All right, let's see here, friends. So a couple of parcels on NVIDIA. Someone asked earlier, how many parcels do I take? Usually 10%. I have one set up for 10%, 20%, and 50%. But I don't. The 50% is just like we got such a ridiculous move that like when we get a quick spike and it can come back up to your break even quickly. I'll use. I haven't done that in a long time though. I have it there, but I barely use it. 10 and 20 is what we use the most on here. So that is what we have.
You don't
All right,
have to
and
partial also. You can just buy at a certain price and sell at a certain price, and you might do just as well as not partially.
yeah, absolutely. And I know people that do that and they do very well. You know, like for example, let's say me here. Let's say I would have held everything to 392. I mean, I'll be nice. Be really nice. But uh, my experience and stuff always comes back. But today, spies might help us out even further here, looking to go for a new low if it can, or retest the low here. Good time to add. You know what? I'm not a great I'm not great at adding. If I do add here, I'll do like 20 shares. Like literally, I will do something very low. So I'll do something very low. And with what I have left, not even that, I'll do 10 shares because I don't want to bring my average up. Like, just to practice it, I'll do something like that. But I'm not really great at adding like Andrew or Paris is. These guys are just beasts. John, you add once in a while. I think I've seen you add before, right? Like you'll get in some and then as it goes your way, you'll add or no? Thought I've seen that from you in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah, I did that yesterday on Tesla.
Okay.
So yeah, it worked great yesterday. But
Hmm.
sometimes I do buy and just sell without any partials whatsoever. In fact, if it's my first
Yeah.
trade of the day and it works in my direction and it hits like a nice profit amount, I'll just sell it. I don't even, especially in the 935 to 945 period, you get the breakouts tend to pop and fail. Just
Yep.
sometimes it's just easier to take your money, and there's so many times when I buy in, I get a couple dollar move or whatever on Tesla or something, and I sell. And then I look
Hmm.
at whether I had added and if I had partialed, and I would not have made that money. It would have been very
Yeah.
difficult to make
Yep.
that money
Yep.
by another means. So I don't have a consistent profit taking thing. It really kind of has to do with where I am in the day. Sometimes if I
Yeah.
do take that first trade, Carlos, that works out well. So I get all in and I get all out and I get a nice chunk of change. The next trade I take, if I take one, will be more of like a partial and an add, just kind of like adding to my good day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Andrew. Great trade as well on Tesla, man. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Andrew got in on that one at 379. You can see it there on the bottom of the screen. How you guys like the new ticker on the bottom? BBT Live chat room trades. And actually, we want to do a different name. Must not save the last one we agreed on. Let me see here. But yeah, we got the live tickers there from Andrew and Brian. So whatever they take, you can see it there. These are the positions they are in currently that they have open, right? So you can see what's happening there. All right, let's see if we can get another drop here, friends. Trader TV style, yeah, we stole it from them. We're like, oh, we like that. Sense that or do this, please. You know, hey,
Good work.
copying
Good
is the best way of flattery. I think it is what they say, right? We don't got to reinvent the wheel. You know, if something is work, use it. You know, like I'm not gonna try to copy something and it comes out like crap. This is nice. I like this. I love that. You know, so hopefully you guys like it as well. Excellent. Exactly, David. Exactly. All right, friends. SPY is testing the lows right now. We are looking to see if the drop is coming on MU. A lot of things looking a little bit bearish this morning, or a little bit weak coming into the SPY here. Let's see what it does. And yeah, SanDisk, man, SanDisk. Look, it's just a drop here. NTGR not doing a whole lot. Just didn't get the volume, guys. So you mentioned this, John. You might not get the volume on NTGR, and we didn't. You could tell here that we didn't. Core weave, core weave. Okay, XTI. Okay, SMCI kind of sideways. Kind of we expected. Lower volumes coming into today, and just a little more sideways action on SMCI, and we're seeing that now. NVDA trying to do something here. It did drop from the VWAP, trying to come back up here now. MU bouncing a little bit from 390. So let's see, 394. I probably would take a big chunk off, 20% off, maybe even 50. And then if it comes back up to the VWAP and it looks weak, then we'll add, right? Because now we can put our average right to our entry is at that point. So we could do something like that if that's the case. Yes, it can show multiple tickers. Yes. So if there's another trade, I don't think Andrew's in anything else right now, but if there is, I can add it on there. I know he took a trade in NVIDIA, but I believe he might be out of it now. So if he goes back into NVIDIA, I can add something on there. Yeah, 9:45 news is out. Did it affect anything? I know 9:45 we're gonna get something. We'll check what those numbers are and see if that did anything. John, let me know if you see anything happening.
Not really. No.
Yeah,
I checked the numbers to see how it came out, but it didn't really move the market at all.
Yeah. You can tell the market right now is, I think it's just a regular pullback that we're getting just because of the drop towards the low of the day where we saw support last time. But I don't see a big movement at the moment. So
Flash PMI came in at 51.1. So anything over 50 is expansion, below 50 is contraction. So slight expansion number. I don't have what the forecast was, but the actual number was 51.1.
yeah. Yeah, me and Peter do have tickers as well. Ticker counter at the bottom for the trades that we're in. I haven't programmed those yet, but we have them as well. If we do that, then we'll have it so it flips, so you can see Andrew and Brian, then me and Peter. So we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll do that today for tomorrow. We'll figure something out. Very good, very good. All right, let's see, friends. All right, MU showing a little bit of strength here. We did get to 394. I'm actually going to take another partial here, friends. Not going to take everything off. Just 20% off. Just take a big chunk off of whatever's left. Just in case. Seriously, MU? Oh, why does this happen? I take off and watch it now go back and break the low. My goodness. All right. So we just took some off there.
Somebody mentioned Dell in the chat. Dell is up in the green today. It's up 1.3%, very low volume, not moving great for a day trader, but interesting. Stand out here on an otherwise kind of reddish day.
We'll see. MU seems like the fun might be over for right now. Getting a nice bounce off 390. We took some more off here and it's got a little bit left. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. Our hard stop now is literally break even, but I like the fact that the VWAP is below our entry, right? So we haven't added here, so our entry's up here. VWAP is below that, so hopefully that can act as resistance and push lower, but we'll see how it plays out here. Around this time, check out reversals, friends. Reversals start to come pretty nice. NVIDIA holding previous day close and between the VWAP as well, so they come down with the SPY pressure. SPY's trying to turn around now, so maybe this can be a breakout back towards 386 there. 386.24 is the high of the day right now on Tesla. So let's see what it does here. Same thing with MU, although I'm sure if we get a VWAP breakout, pullback and confirmation, that can also be a good long and probably a signal for us to jump out, right? Get out of the trade. So let's see what it does here. It's right at VWAP. And we see how it plays out. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. We're sitting at 310 likes. That is awesome. So thank you so much for all the support and joining us 8 a.m. in the morning as we prepare for the market open and into some live trading with you guys today. So 318, I'm going to hit the like as well, which I have not done. So I'll join you late. The late comers, I'm with you too here, hitting that like. 312. So thank you so much, friends. Really appreciate it. All right. Other than that, SMCI, let's see what you guys are into. What did you guys do today? Put in chat. What was your trade? Let's take a look at how you guys traded. So let me long if you're in anything, long or short. If you want to throw the price where you got in, great. So I can just kind of get an idea of how you traded. Would love to see that. So you shorted IBM. International Business Machine. What a name, huh? International Business Machine. This is so 1980s, but that's what it was. International Business Machine. We are down 3.8. Beautiful short. Nicely done. PLTR right at the pre-market low. Oh, that's a blockbuster trade. All right, here it is. MU. Let's see what it does here if it pulls back. My stop is at break even for what I have left. If it pulls back and comes back up, could be a VWAP breakout. So I'm looking for that as well. It could be a nice VWAP breakout if we get our VWAP strategy. So here's our VWAP strategy. Is the break. Here's the breakout candle. Here's the pullback. And if the next candle, sometimes you get the pullback and then the push up in the same candle. That's a little bit tougher to trade, but you can take it that way as well. I prefer when it's a little bit cleaner and this candle closes in the next, let's say 40 seconds here. And this one opens up and pushes green. That's kind of like a little bit cleaner. But sometimes here, like, halfway through the minute, you'll start pushing up and that can be the break too. That has worked in the past. I'll be honest, I don't take it that way. But that's another way you could do it also. So let's see how this pullback closes and how the next candle in 20 seconds opens up here. And if there's an opportunity, I will jump out and get back long. But let's see what's going to happen here. Looking good. SPY's looking good. Regio 5810. If we could time it that way, huh? Okay, I'm getting out. Let's get out. And I'm checking to see. SPY's pushing up here a little bit. So that could show a little bit of strength here. Let's see if we can get the break. So I'll get out of this one. Or whatever we had left. Great short MU, guys. Just beautiful drop. Right after we started to get the drop, we got a nice continuation all the way down to 391. So this was our risk. Our risk was 250, and then we got probably the biggest amount was probably like about 4 hours, three hours or so, right? So as far as the biggest partial there, waiting on MU.
Tesla's coming up to yesterday's high again, maybe, which is fairly close to the high of day. High of day is 386.24. Yesterday's highs more like 385.30 or something.
Nice.
About $1 below that.
Come on. You know you want to be strong in MU. Not long yet, guys. That is just my last partial. Let's see. 399.33 would be good. I'm also looking at the SPY. Is the SPY going to push higher here? It's important. I think, right? I think it helps. 398, 399.33, and then stop. Same thing. I mean, I'm gonna give this some room. 397.64. Oh, see, this is why we wait for the signal. Look at the SPY. I don't like that. This is why we wait for the signal. Can MU beat that and do its own thing? Probably going to be a little bit tougher. Yeah, Microsoft has had a rough morning, right? They sold off, so they sold off. I mean, a lot of stuff sold off, but they also had a really nice short out of the gates here too. Look at that. Little hesitation, then the drop all the way down to 375, and they're still somewhat on a downtrend. They're testing this level here, the low of the day. They're testing that to see if they can get lower. Is MU gonna give us a signal? I don't think it's going to. If it goes below the VWAP, then it's not. That's more of a VWAP false breakout. Let's see here. Let's see here. Thanks, Candy. Hopefully it helps, right? It kind of gives us how we're thinking, what's going through our head as we're trying to find these opportunities, why we're getting in, why we're not getting in, right? And it kind of helps you also hopefully make decisions on the way we're looking at the stock, right? And what's kind of the decision making process. So hopefully that does help.
Tesla's building tension here at yesterday's high, so I'm watching that pretty closely, trying to think of what my breakout level should be if I try to trade that, which I think is going to be 386.
Nice.
But
This will be you're looking for the high of day breakout on this one, right?
Yeah, but it's like I don't trade usually the exact high of day, which is 386.24. I'll pick usually the dollar level below, which would be 386. And
Yep.
I think that's the place to play because you want to have some confirmation that it's leaving yesterday's high in the rearview mirror, which honestly
Yeah.
386 isn't total commitment to that, but it's better than playing it through definitely through the break of yesterday's high, because you can see that's where it's resisting. The other option is above the local high it just set at 385.59, but I don't think I want to play with that. So I'm gonna watch 386. I think that's the place.
Yeah.
I got to set an alert so I know that's happening. So I'm gonna set an alert at 385.31.
Nice. Man, MU is so interesting. Look at this pullback, right, bouncing right off the VWAP. I mean, this is giving all the possible signals if we can get the break. But we just keep going lower and lower and lower here, right? We're hesitant to make a new high, but the bottom looks great. Like this is a nice candle here. if we can get the breakout. We just don't seem to get it. Like we're not getting like right in this areas where you want to kind of see it like 399. I just kind of confirm, okay, yes, we are pushing through the last high that we have here when we had the breakout, right? So usually this happens very quick. Sometimes it takes a while, but here it just seems like it's failing. It doesn't seem like we're actually getting what we want. Either way, our signal is here, 399.26, right in this area. Pushing up towards that, we want to go long. But looks like the SPY has other plans for us here. SPY continues to go lower, so it looks like we might not get the long. Okay. That's all right. This is why we don't get in. Wait for our signal. This
Tesla
seems to
held up
be
there pretty well against that SPY
failing.
candle. It looks like it's building
Nice.
up here.
Yep, yep. I think Andrew's still long in this. I mean, he has such a great entry. He might still be long. I'm not sure. We'll check here. But John, are you long on this one? Do you like it? Are you waiting for
Tesla?
386 or yeah? Or are you gonna wait
Still
for
watching.
386? Okay, okay.
Probably 386. But
Yeah.
you know, if we get a surge here and I can kind of pick it out from the tape that it's zooming, I might get in a little earlier, but
Nice, nice.
I got a bad feeling though. It's my attempt is going to be killed by some crappy SPY candle.
Yeah, that's kind of what kept happening to me with MU here. Just seems that way, right? So look at it, the SPY's now pushing higher and MU's reacting, but this took too long. Like I don't like it now. It's taking way too long. Look at the SPY go now.
And now it's going. Yeah, so
Yeah, it's going.
oh
That can
boy.
help a couple of long plays here. Ben says a bunch of bull traps. Yeah, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. But this is a good move on the SPY right now. Look at that.
Okay,
Push up.
I got long on Tesla 380.
Yeah.
I don't know, basically 385.50 ish. I can't check the exact price. I'm gonna watch this.
I'm
Great
long
great
MU.
market
Oh.
move. You got to get in on a long here. You got
Yeah.
to hope
long.
that it carries your trade. You know.
I am. Oh man, I am long MU as well, friends. Let's see. Let's see. Because that candle on the SPY looks very, very interesting, and I'm hoping that we can
Come on,
continue
Tesla.
here.
Come on,
So,
Tesla. You dirty
Wanna-
dog. Get going. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Are you kidding me? You didn't want to go?
yeah,
See, now I got to see if it
struggling.
wants to bounce off yesterday's high, and see it's very dangerous.
Let's see. Let's see what the SPY does. We need this SPY in the overall market to just break out and push higher.
There it goes. Oh my God, I hate this.
See if it wants to go.
Come on. Up, 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 up.
MU. I'm in here, friends, on MU. I'm not gonna give it a lot of time though. We have a nice green day. I'm probably not gonna take a full loss on this because I want to protect my profits. But keep in mind, trade small on MU, right? Don't go getting 300 shares in this thing because you need to give it a lot of room. So I'll be mindful of that. So here it is. Long MU. Let's see if we can get the break towards the previous day close, where the high of the day is as well. So let's see if that can happen. It's failing. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for my full stop on this. If we don't stay above the VWAP, we are out of it. Just to protect our profit here. What's happening with NVDA? It's just stuck. Like it's just not really yes, hasn't decided what it wants to do here. It's pretty much stuck right now. You had the potential, MU, to just keep on going. Nice move on Apple. Let's take a look here. What's going on? Missed a couple of letters there. Apple. Oh yeah, Apple's got the break. Apple's doing good. This could help. This could help the overall market. Things want to go higher. MU. I'm looking at MU on the other side here. Let's see if we can get above that 399 again. We're just back and forth right now, but this could be nice here. We can get, yes, there it is. Keep pushing higher. Come on, get above that 399. You're going the wrong way, MU. Going the wrong way. All right, we're ready to bail on it here. Below at 397.40. I'm not going below 397.40. We'll stop out of that. Let's see what we got. SMCI. I keep ready for this one, friends. We'll get out of it. It doesn't hold here. And I'm looking at the SPY too. Like, yeah, SPY has that look across me. That's what I'm looking at. Like, if the SPY starts to head lower, it's gonna drop MU straight through this this VWAP. So let's see. See there, we're getting a tick lower. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of it. You're gonna hold 97.40. You're gonna hold or what? Oh, that was close. I almost bailed on it, friends. That was close. Let's see. Just doesn't have the volume, doesn't have the juice to actually do what it needs to do here. On MU. Yeah, there it is. It's gonna, oh my goodness, why you do that? It's just up and down, up and down. But I think eventually this is down. So I'm gonna get out. I think eventually this is gonna continue to get out, get lower here. Yeah, SPYs. Okay, good. Because the SPY just turning around here, so that's nice. Oh, good. Glad I got out of that. Oh, look at this beautiful drop. Might actually go back down to low of the day here. A lot of things are weak. Besides Apple, a lot of things are on the weaker side today, guys. Apple and Tesla, the only two things that are maintaining their strength right now that I have on deck. PLTR, look at the sell-off, another low here. MU tried to do something here, couldn't. Had a great trade to the short side, one small loss here to the downside, to the upside, excuse me. And SMCI bending the knee to the SPY here, I guess. AXTI, not much going on. CoreWeave also giving in to some of the weakness here. NTG is not tradable. SanDisk, just a tough cookie, guys. This is all over the place, up and down, up and down. It's a hard trading stock here, so be careful with this one. And yeah, but oh man, the shorts are in control, my friends. Who's short MU? Who's short? Anybody short MU back in short? Shorts are in control. Where's American Airlines? Does anybody swing trade here? Anybody swing trade in chat? Any swing traders on YouTube or X? Uncle D Trades, good to see you, my friend. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while over on X. Welcome. SMCI is trying. Yeah. Yep, couple. Okay, we got a couple. Yes. Nice. Are you guys in anything? Or what do you guys? No, better question. What are you guys looking at for a possible swing? Again, and no FOMO. I don't want people to start going into their long-term account and start to add things. But just curious, what are you guys looking at to possibly get in on this downturn that we might be getting with the market? Clearly, I'm looking at American Airlines, but I want to just get ideas. Apple and Microsoft. Okay. Waiting for confirmation entry. SanDisk. NVDA again from 170. SPX. IGV. What's this? The ones I don't look up is because I know what they are, but this one, what's IGV? This is tech. Tech sector ETF. Okay, all right, nice. Yeah, it looks actually pretty good. Well, yeah. Reach that same level for swing. Okay, very nice. SMCI. Yeah, I know, but this could take a while though, right? I feel like the few times I've taken a swing trade on some of these stuff that gaps down pretty big, I'm like, oh, it's got to come back up. And it usually does. But man, it takes forever. I'm just there holding for forever to get back up. But who knows? we'll come back in 2 weeks and this thing could be up at 30, right? So, IGV rotation out of AI. I don't know, man. AI is one of those things that I know it's not completely there, but it's like one of those things, John, you don't want to go against like too much, right? Like it's one of those things that just can explode. Like it's very tough, the AI business. Uh, it is very, very tough. So we'll have to see. Can you explain bot and call? I don't know what that is, Mo. BOT and call. I don't know what that is. You know what that is, John?
I think you might mean put and call, and he just fat fingered it, maybe.
Oh, put and call.
I guess I don't know. I
Oh,
would
oh,
never
he went one side over on all the keys. No, I don't think he did that either.
bots.
I don't know.
No.
I don't think that.
Well, before we answer, Mo, what if you could clarify
Yeah.
what a bot is? Call I've heard of.
Oh wow, CRWV. Yeah. Fardine, this is a bloodbath, the humanity on Circle of Internet. The humanity is getting destroyed here, guys. Look at this. Clearly they got some issues on their own. This is not just all the market, right? So I wonder what's dropping them this morning, but clearly they have some unresolved issues, seems like. Buy abbreviation for having bought past tense of buy. Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, is that that's the lazy past tense of buy.
So you're talking about the MU tray, right? The I guess the here. I guess you're talking about that, the MU trade, to break it down. Is Andrew still in Tesla? I'm not sure. I don't think I gotta check. Let me see. I gotta check. I'm not sure if Andrew still is in Tesla. And I know his original entry was Tesla 379. I know he was long there. And I have to check if he's in on Tesla. Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, CRL. I mean, we had a great day today with MU. So can't really complain. But this is a big move. It's down $17, 13%, guys. This thing basically from the open, down $17. So this thing is just awesome, awesome right now. Look at that go. Insane. So feeling the press this morning for sure. Yeah. So yeah, call option and put option. Yeah, I can't. I cannot explain. Mo. I don't know how all that works. I mean, I know what they are, but as far as the details to explain them, I don't do options, right? So I'm not too familiar. I know one is to go long, one is to go short, right? And then you got your expiration dates and all that stuff. But as far as the details behind it, this is more of a Brian question. John, do you do anything else besides equities? Are you trading any options or anything else like that?
I don't, but yeah, this is to get into what a call and a put is to start a webinar in options kind of. I mean, a call is the
Yeah.
right to buy an asset at a particular price. Essentially, you're buying a contract to buy something at a price in the future. And the put's the opposite. I don't know. The easiest way to think of this is sometimes in terms of Well, the classic example they always give in finance classes is like agriculture contracts, like if if you're a farmer, um, God, how do you even explain this? If you're a farmer who
Yeah.
grows corn, right? At the beginning of the season, you don't know what kind of corn season it's going to be, right? People don't know. Is it going to be a good year or a bad year? If it's a bad year for corn, if it doesn't grow well and there's not a lot of corn, the supply is going to be low and the price is going to go up higher. And at the end of the season, come harvest time, corn's going to be extremely expensive. Or corn could be in great abundance this particular season and it could grow very well and the corn supply will be very high, therefore the price will be very low. And you don't know, like if you're a farmer, like are you going to be able to sell your corn for a very high price or a very low price come harvest time? So it's volatile and it's
Yeah.
risky
Yeah.
to be a farmer. So you come up with contracts with people ahead of time for, you're growing things, you're starting your season in March or April or whatever they start corn, and then you're selling it in the fall. And so you set a contract for the future. And, so to agree with someone to say, we will transact corn at X price. And so that contract, you can both sign off on that. That contract exists for the future, but you can actually sell that contract to somebody else. So you might get out of the corn business, like the farmer might quit mid-season or something. So they still have these contracts to sell corn at a certain price in the future. Someone else might want to buy that because they would say, hey, actually it looks like corn is going to be very expensive this year. It's a bad year for corn. So can I buy that contract off of you? Because that contract allows me to buy corn at whatever this lower price.
Yeah.
Can I have that? And then that contract becomes valuable. It has value, and it'll change as certain elements of the environment change, like the time left before people are going to buy the corn in the fall. As that time gets closer to harvest time, uh, the price is more kind of known. You can kind of zero in on what corn's probably going to be in October, and then you get more information about how much your contract's worth. I don't know. It gets complicated, but I recommend if you're interested, checking it out. There's tons of tutorials online about options, and we have tons on Bearable Traders as well. If you
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah. Some good, knowledgeable people too in our community. I know this stuff. All right, what do we have
Yeah.
here?
Somebody's mentioned in the money and out of the money, naked puts, covered calls, all this stuff. I mean, it gets immensely complicated.
It sure does. It is.
Pretty dull day here, Carlos.
Uh, yeah. Now it's kind of quieting down a little bit. But yeah, man, I'm pretty much done for the day with this MU trade. It was really really nice. First trade of the week because yesterday we didn't find anything. I didn't find anything. There was some good opportunities out there. But but yeah, man, I'm happy with the outcome so far today. And as we get later in the day, if I might not see a opportunity to risk anymore and get into something, right? So this might be it for me. But again, it turned out to be a great day. It's so interesting, man. Yes, I was super excited. We're gonna get into something. We're gonna find some opportunities. Not one single trade that gave me my signal. And today I was like, oh man, this day looks like crap, really, with the options we had at hand. And look at that, MU early on gives us a nice short, small drop here, small rest. So we gave a little bit back, but for the most part, man, this was nice. This was nice. So MU for the win today. And I know you guys traded tons of stuff. I know you guys traded PLTR short. That was PLTR and Circle of Internet, guys. I think those two are the trade of the day. I mean, if you were short in this one, early on, you are sitting pretty right now. So You're sitting pretty. Why trade options and not stocks? Yeah, people that trade option, they always say that. They always say, why trade option? Why you guys trade equities and not options? And there are benefits to both. I tried trading options. I didn't really uh, understand it or spend the time to actually learn it all the way. So, but I think it's a good combination to be able to do both day trade and options as well. I think it's a good combination. So, yes, the amount of
The reason
capital.
day traders like options is
Mhm.
because they cost less. It's less money to
Yes,
make more money, right? So you don't have to put as much money on the table to make a lot. So they're
right.
attractive that way. But they are kind of like lottery tickets a little bit. I mean, they often expire worthless or worse than that, depending on
Hmm.
what kind of options you get into. They can be very volatile and dangerous and risky. And when you get into
Yeah.
the naked calls and naked puts, it gets particularly dangerous. And you got to know what you're doing. You can get yourself
That's the
in
thing.
big
You,
trouble.
you got to know what you're doing because I remember putting on a couple of options that I did not fully understand, and I thought this was going to happen, and instead that happened. I didn't lose money, but I did not understand what just took place. So you got to know your stuff. You got to take the time and really learn it. I think learning how equities work, price action, is important first, and then Alice, yes, you can't control the risk, but again, you just got to know what you're doing because I remember being in this trade. I think I bought like a contract or so, and I couldn't believe the amount that you're able to make just with one contract, right? So there is a lot of uh, better use of your buying power. So I could see if you have like a $10,000 account, I could see that being a good avenue, right? To as you grow your account, but again, just you got to be careful. You got to know what you're doing. You got to definitely take the time to learn. And it's hard when I have something that I already know how to do it to go back to being a student and learning something new. It's kind of difficult. I gotta admit, like you get comfortable in your ways. Um, not that's correct. I'm not saying that's correct. I should actually take the time to learn it. But yeah, just gotta be careful. Learn it first before you start dabbling in it. Um, so
Yeah, and
there's
there's
some
all kinds
pros.
of ways to protect yourself and
Yeah.
control it, but you got to know what those ways are. You just have to be knowledgeable. So the thing about options, they can be great, but just understand that everybody on the internet that's trying to like sort of, I don't know, be somebody in the world of trading, all these people you see on Stock Twits and X and stuff like that, they're all talking options. It's hardly anybody trades equities in these worlds, but it's one reason is yes, because they can be great, but another reason is because these people don't have a lot of money. They're sort of forced to trade options to make appreciable money that matters. So just understand that, when you're hearing about these great ideas and opportunities from people, like
Yeah.
some of
Yeah.
what's driving that is the necessity to trade this instrument, because if they want to make any like decent money, that's the tool they have to use.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not putting it down, but that's a reality of options trading. That's
Yeah.
that's one of the
Yeah.
reasons people trade them.
There's so much options, so much options. But there's so much options now to get into the market. I mean, you got prop firms, you got our funded account, you got options, right? You can trade. You also eventually are going to get less restrictions on the PDT rule, so that's going to drop significantly from 25,000 to down to 2,500. So um, I think once that happens, because part of the reason too people go to options is to get away from the PDT rule, right? And being able to do
Yeah,
more,
exactly.
more with less than $25,000, which I think is ridiculous, right? Somebody has 15,000 and they want to try, a new venture. It's a lot of money to put to put source a trading business, right? The fact that you have to have 25 and not even 25, you got to have 30 and 40. The how do you enter uh, day trading or something like that? This is why you have stuff like the funded account, right? This helps a lot. You just put down your $300 and you can day trade as much as you want and get your payout, right? So prop firms do the same thing too. So there's a lot of ways to get around that. So just get rid of the rule. People are getting around it anyways, right? and allow people to come and day trade with their $10,000, $15,000 and so forth. Here's the one thing though. No matter what you choose, option, prop firms, funded account, day trading directly, whatever you decide to do, if you don't learn it first, practice in simulator, you're going to lose money. That's it. That's as simple as that. There's no like, oh, this is better than that. You know what? Day trading didn't work. I'm gonna go do this. You know, that didn't work. I'm gonna go do that. Oh no, this didn't work. I'm gonna go do the poly markets or whatever. You're going to lose money. You have to train in a simulator first. Make money there. Go to a funded account. Try to get at least 1 or 2 payouts out of the funded account. You do that, you're gonna be better prepared to trade your own account and your own money. That's just the matter of fact, right? So I see a lot of people like, oh, equities doesn't work, I'm gonna go do this. Oh, that doesn't work, I'm gonna go do that. You're not gonna make money like that, right? This is a fundamental steps you got to take first to actually start making a return on your trading. So
Just remember, no matter what you're trading, this is a game of trying to determine if something's going up or down in price, whether it's an option or an equity. That's the game. And I've said this to people, and they're like, "Well, with options, you can trade when something doesn't move anywhere, whatever." Okay, well, that's true too. Well, then you have to determine when price isn't going to move anywhere, or it's going to stay in some kind of range. But that's the game: is price going up or down? Is it staying what it is? It's reading where price is going, and that's just kind of best learned trading boring old equities and starting there and instead of leaping right into ops, in my opinion. But again, you do what you want to do. But that's the
kind
game
of
you got to figure out.
I think and that's what the funded account gives you, like the best, because I'm doing a video I'm doing a video on prop firms. So I'm researching all these prop firms, all take profit and all these things and how they work. And when I look at the funded account, and not just because our product, it's the one that's the closest to trying to prepare you for your own account, right? Because there's no weekly payouts, there's no this and that, there's strict, rules you have to follow, which you have on your, if you follow them on your funded account and you follow them on your live account, you should not blow up the first couple of days, right? Because you can't draw down a certain amount. So what this forces you to do is trade small, right? One of the biggest problems traders have that they don't trade small. They want to make money right away. So start small, trade small, and then build from there. In the funded account, you have to do that. If you don't start trading small and you take a couple of losses early on, you're out. So I think is, forcing people to, hey, you got to prove yourself in 3 months that you can make the money, and then can you keep the money? Because that's the number one problem. People can make money, just can't keep it, right? A prop firm account is not going to help you do that, because you make some money, you can take it out the next week. So there's no incentive for you to, grow the account anymore because you already took some money out, right? So it's a little bit different the way we have it set up, which I think is designed to help traders try to get as ready as possible. You're never going to be 100% ready, let's be honest, right? But at least if you can get you 75%, that's pretty good, as ready as possible to trade your own account. If that's your goal. Some people, they don't want to trade their own account. So just keep doing funded accounts, keep doing prop firms, keep doing that, right? Everybody's goal is a little bit different, I think. So I saw this guy online was trading like 30 different funded accounts between prop firms, this and that. He had like all these different accounts. I'm like, I don't have the level of patience to do that. Log into this one to trade here. Like, I don't have, or copy. I just don't have the patience for that, So everybody's goal is different on what they want to do, So yeah. So you guys have so many options now as traders. It's nice. It's great. It's great for us retail traders, right? So.
And it's business time mentioned in the YouTube chat here that options are beneficial because it allows them to get into bigger tickers with less money, and that's certainly true. That's definitely an advantage. That sometimes there is the ability to trade the alternate tickers. What do we call these? The you get the TSLA or whatever.
What's their official name of that? That's a good question, right?
Because sometimes they're leveraged, right?
Right, NVDA.
NVDA, I don't think they're always leveraged.
For the most part, the ones that move are a little bit, they're at least ×2. There's some that are ×3. You got to be careful with that as well. But I think the leverage part, if you think about it, the leverage part, I think, kills you if you're swing trading. That's a whole nother level. But if you're day trading and you're using the advanced hotkey leverage ETFs, okay. So if you're using advanced hotkeys like we have in Dash Trader Pro, and you're setting your stop loss and you're risking the same amount, even though it's leverage, you're going to be taking less shares and risking the same amount. So I think you can still get away with trading leverage products if you have a tight risk management procedure, right? If you don't, then you got to be careful. If you're still not disciplined, you don't hit the stop you're supposed to, you're letting things run or you're averaging down, that will destroy you. But if you have good risk management where you have hard stops and you're following your process, you hit the button when you're supposed to, I think you can still risk the same amount and be okay for intraday. Swing trading, careful. That you could wake up the next morning to a nightmare. So you want to be careful with that. So yeah, all
Yeah,
about
a couple
risk management.
comments here in the chat, which are also useful. Sean Fry Fitness is mentioning, and someone else mentioned, who was it? Shara. With options, you have to be right in the right amount of time too. So like with a stock, I mean, you can bag hold a stock as long as you want to and pray that it goes where you want it to go. It's not the case with options, right? So there's the time decay element to it and being right
Time
in the right
decay.
amount of time.
Yeah. Agreed. So many ways to attack this thing. And you did reject the VWAP. Lovely here, guys. And look at it just dropping lower, just with the markets just kind of showing some pressure here on it. And yeah, with all this talk about this and that, friends, let's give away a funded account. How about that, right? Let's give away a funded account here for our Lambos and Garbage Truck members, friends. We are where did I put it here? Here we go. If you want to sign up, you can do so right here on YouTube. Click that join. You become part of the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, and you can take advantage of these live giveaways that we do every single day. So definitely look out for that. Let me set it up, guys. I'm going to do. Let's do hashtag John for helping us out today, as Peter is in his spot, probably in the cold plunge pool, whatever he's doing there. And yeah, let's do hashtag John today, guys.
I love it.
There it is. Let's do that. And let's give something away. If you guys missed it earlier, here is Giant Peter. Where's Giant Peter? I had him. I don't know where Giant Peter went. We had Giant Peter. He's no longer here with us. Oh, there he is. I got it. Here's Giant Peter at the spot today, enjoying himself. He'll be back with us tomorrow. All right, friends. Hashtag John for our Lambos and Garbage Truck giveaway this morning. We're going to be giving away a funded account with tradingturmoil.com. And as we mentioned before, you can get a lot of information on the website. So if you come over here, let me show you. Let me get oversized Peter out of the way. If we head over to bearbulltraders.com, right over here, you can see what's happening in the funded account. You can see the leaderboard. This is live. You can select by current traders. So you can see who's trading live now and what the stats are. Danya just destroying, going for 100K here. It's just massive. So you got another 10K from today there at the moment. So you can click on the account and you can see live their trades and what they're doing. And it's pretty nice. You can see how they're going there. So right now they're up 10K today. What did they trade? We can go look at that. I want to see what they trade. Click on trades right over here for any account that's here. And they traded Anna, A-N-N-A, in play today. That's what they traded, right? 324. Yep, there it is. So that's their trade. They closed it out. Made about 10K here. So this is, they might have some open still. Yeah, because they opened up. Let's see here. They opened up a few. RGRO also open as well. So they got a couple of trades going for them. Really, really nice. All right, giveaway hashtag John. Let's see, 111 entries. Oh, hold on. I got it here. There it is. 111 entries for John. All right, hashtag John. All right, here it is, guys. The winner for today is going to be uh, Amini Bayu 4620. Amini Bayu Bayi 4620. You're the winner. Congratulations. Email me, carlos at baywithtrace.com, and we will get you all set up. So awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, friends. Um, wait to see what's next here as we wait for the markets to react. Good
Good morning,
afternoon,
everybody.
sir. How are you?
I am bad. I had a really bad day.
Oh
A
man,
very big loss today, unfortunately.
sucks.
Traded Tesla really good at the open, but yeah, Tesla was a really nice 1 minute swing range breakout that we did at the open with Brian. But after that, it was just so difficult to get anything. So it was a really nice 1 minute swing range breakout from 379 to 386. But after that, we tried to catch a reversal on PLTR, didn't work out, and NVDA stopped us out a couple of times. So very disappointing. How was your trading day? I know you had a really nice short on MU, didn't you?
Yeah, MU was nice. MU Trader was really nice. Took a while to get going, but we got the 5 minute RB breakdown on it, and then we partialed in. We tried for a long, here we tried to get for a long, but that didn't work. But the short was really nice. So this was a good drop, and the market helped us with that too as well. So
Yeah, I was, CRCL. Did you short CRCL,
I
John?
did not. I did not. You, John?
Can actually just got a question here. I think we got the winner in the chat asking if they are the winner. Can you confirm that, Carlos? Look up
Um,
about 5 messages up, 4 or 5 messages up in the chat. Is it Amani? Amani?
yeah, yeah. I'll text them right now. Yes, they are.
Cool. Cool beans. I'm eating crap sandwiches here this morning, Andrew. I'm not trading well. I'm losing money left and right. So mostly on Tesla and Apple.
Oh man. So, there are days like these that you get a really good trade, but you kind of mess up after that. So, PLTR was, I think eventually PLTR is going to do a reversal, but just really messed up everybody. Microsoft is starting to bounce. Microsoft sold off really bad. I have my puts on Microsoft, which was not doing great, but it seems that Microsoft is showing some reversals.
It looks like Amazon might break out here.
Yeah, Amazon is
Interesting,
also.
interesting resistance right here around 208 10, 208 20, somewhere around there. But the problem is the SPY is hung up at this level. Like it just keeps topping out here. And if it goes back down from here again, it's probably gonna drag down anything trying to make a long.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in one last long on PLTR. I want to see if that one can help us. That's the one. Oh, there you go. It popped up PLTR now. Did you guys join? No, that's it. Gonna add a little more. See, PLTR can get to 154. But there are days like this that you really suffer. Um, Having said that, it's not that bad. I think yesterday I had a good day. I don't remember.
Carlos, how do you handle breakfast during the morning show? I get so hungry this time. Did you do an early morning breakfast? What is your plan?
Yeah, yeah. The early morning breakfast, and then I got my cup of coffee and water. Yeah.
Can't do that. I can't just wake up and eat.
Well, I'm up at 4:35, so
Oh my
by the time
God.
7 o'clock. Yeah, I'm up at 4:30, man. 5 o'clock, I'm up, ready to go.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
4:30.
Yeah, I know. I know. Try it, man. Once you get used to it, you feel like you have so much time throughout the day. You'll love it.
I don't know if I want to spend that much time with myself all day. I don't know. I kind of prefer the unconscious John sometimes.
All right, so we're seeing if the PLTR can give us a long trade. So I'm sharing my screen, so you should be able to see it. And PLTR trying to find the bottom. Qs are starting running up.
Oh, did I get the? Did I have the wrong screen for you? Have this? Do you have the spy now or the?
I should have PLTR, but I
Okay, no,
can.
no, no, that's okay. Let me fix it so we have it good for the future. I'm gonna go to this one for a second while I fix this one.
Yeah, it looks like PLTR is definitely doesn't have a lot of momentum to the upside, and this is very low. As soon as I unlock it, stop me out in the 15 minutes. You haven't made a new high. 60 minutes still down. Yeah, it looks like PLTR really doesn't have any momentum to catch a reversal. Any question, guys, in the chat, guys, about trading? Today I am negative minus $12,000, 1,700, so almost $13,000. So PLTR is, PLTR, what was my thought process on PLTR? PLTR has been in a, kind of a support level at S4 and below this yesterday low. So we were hoping to really catch a double bottom on it, but I'm just going way too early on it, and it really doesn't have any. Yeah, see, it's selling off now. So I think I'm gonna get a stop out on it again. So it just doesn't have really any bottom to that. Um, So the idea was to catch it reversal on it at because yesterday was really strong, but today is really not. So yesterday I thought maybe we can get a continuation of yesterday going up, but we also have a really big order at 152 on market atlas, so it might really go down toward 152. So I'm gonna get out of it again. So 152.68. Um, but yeah, that's the main issue that it really doesn't have any. Tesla. Tesla looks like it wants to go back up for the high of the day. NVDA looks like it wants to go back up. H. What is H? Is a ticker? Hyatt Hotel. And here you can go for the short. Yeah, not doing good at all on anything.
Uh, and CRCL is just getting
TRCL
destroyed.
keeps
What,
setting
what
up.
what was the news? I didn't look up the news. Did we look at it, John? I don't know.
No, we did not actually.
Let me
We
look
looked
it
at
up, man. This is
CRWV.
uh
This is the stock though. Remember, Carlos, in the morning show, I said there's a stock that I always mentally group with CRWV, even though they're not. I'm not sure they even
yeah,
do the same thing, but like CRCL and CRWV both became kind of hot day traders at the same time. So
same
I
time.
sort of like think of them as the same grouping, but that's the one I was trying to think of. But no, we did not watch this. This got to be news, right? Let's try to figure out what's going on here. It's not good.
Wow, PLTR is really selling off again.
The market just rejected going high.
Yeah,
Everything's going back
market
down.
definitely doesn't have SPY. SPY high at 696 and now 640. SPY is almost down 10%, huh? Is that um
Yeah.
697.50? Now 652. How much is down from all-time high?
I think here's the news. CRCL falls. It says at the time 15%, but it's more than that now. After the Clarity Act deal signals no yield on stablecoin balances by allowing only activity-based rewards. That weakens a key part of the bull case by making USDC harder to evolve from a payments utility into a real store of value product. That sounds like some straight crypto bro talk. And I
Yeah.
know Andrew's a huge crypto bro, so I'm gonna let him explain to everybody
let
what
him
the
let him
hell
break that news
any of
down.
that meant.
Ooh,
Oh, what's going on?
happening now.
Oh, what the
Look at the spy.
come on,
Uh,
Ooh,
Spice.
something's happening.
What are you doing?
let me log into my Truth Social. What did Trump say? Truth Social, what's
Twitter
happening?
news.
AX production. I fought for my
Oh
Wow, it's really
hell
nice.
yeah.
That looks like a news driven. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that. That looks like a news.
that
But
is
the Menzico says
nice.
anything?
down about 4. It's falling now, $90.90, up about 3%.
Wow, that looks like a really news. What was it? That's crazy. It's kind of volatility.
What the hell was that?
See if it sticks here.
It's all going away. This market sucks.
And then that's it. That was
Done.
it.
Done.
Popped up. That was it. What was that? Really? Benzinga didn't announce anything either.
Oh my gosh.
Sean, fitness. Yeah, it could be just Argo stuff too. Yeah. Yep. Unless if no news comes out, it'll be hard to
That
tell.
was a heavy volume, though. It was a
Yeah,
really, really heavy volume.
Yeah.
that was
Yep.
some kind of news.
Somebody knows something.
Trying to get it back now, back to PDC on the SPY for a nanosecond.
Things are continuing going higher. See what's going to happen here. Wow, Tesla popped up with the high of the day.
Tesla's really making an emotional deal out of 386. It's quite annoying.
Microsoft is popping up. What is happening?
RBNE new highs now $1.99. Romeo Bravo November Echo.
TQQQ.
Tony, we don't know. We don't know what the news is. Nobody has
Nothing
announced
announced it.
anything
Yeah.
significant. Yeah, we're checking. I'm even watching Bloomberg here as well.
Somebody in
I
the
don't see
Bearable
anything.
Traders room says Trump
Headline array.
retweeted something about Pakistan helping to negotiate peace talks in Iran. I don't know if that's it.
Mm. How long ago was that?
I don't know. I'm gonna check Truth Social. I'm gonna dive into the dirty world of Truth Social and see if I can find something here.
No, apparently there is a news about meeting with the Iranians. That's what they said.
So from Trump, Pakistan, this is a retweet, a retruth. Pakistan welcomes and fully supports ongoing efforts to pursue dialogue to end the war in the Middle East in the interest of peace and stability in the region and beyond. Subject to concurrence by the U.S. and Iran, Pakistan stands ready to and honored to be the host to facilitate meaningful and conclusive talks. So that could be it. Save us, Pakistan.
Save our trade, Pakistan.
Save our trade, save our
Save our
oil,
trade.
save the Strait of
Yeah.
Hormuz.
Who would have thought that one day Pakistan saves the world?
I knew it. I always called it.
Who would have thought?
You had it on your predictions market bet, John. Good luck collecting.
Always knew.
They're giving people problem collecting with some of these stuff. Like it's like I know for the war, people had bets on that weekend, and it happened, and then there was like
They
having
leave
issues
the
collecting.
description of the bets is often way too open-ended. I've gone on
Right.
Polymarket and looked, and I'm like, you could read this a couple ways the way it's written. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a place to go for additional details or something because you have the title of the bet, but then there must be somewhere where they get a little more detailed on exactly what qualifies as a win. I don't know, or it's just up to the discretion of Polymarket, maybe.
CNN reporting that senior Iranian source tells CNN Washington has reached out, but not in full negotiation.
Yeah, CNN is also reporting that Iran said Washington has reached out. All right, NVDA is going up. Tesla is going up. I'm back long on Tesla, guys. So it looks like the market is really popping up here.
Yeah,
NVIDIA might be green too.
I'm long Tesla as well. I rode that out a bit. That was kind of ugly, but I was kind of hoping that news
Nice.
would stick because that 386 is just a problem. It's right above yesterday's high on Tesla. It's been holding it up all morning. So I gave it a shot to get through there, but it was
I think 388 would be a trade that we're gonna have.
yeah, I'm watching that for a partial or to just get all out up at 388. I gotta put my stop at break even. I gotta do it. I don't want to because I want to leave this open to percolate, but I feel like now is probably the time to do it. Treat me well, Tesla, because you have not treated me well so far. The market, you see the SPY just holding at PDC. It's just having a hard time getting through there. It's also like right near 655, which was a level yesterday, I think, as well.
Yeah, VIX dropped. IWM is green now. Tesla is going up. Still 388 is the level that we want. Long Tesla, guys, so we'll see. Get to 388.
RBNE, Robin Energy, popping again, $2.20.
This is the kind of news that does. There you go. My Tesla trades out at break even. This is the kind of news that fades though, because it's inconclusive. It's like potentially good, but nothing.
Look at
nothing.
that
Ooh,
print.
now
Look
it's
at that. Look
dropping.
at that
Look at that.
print.
Look at that.
Ooh. It's no manipulation in the
Wow, look at
market,
that.
guys. No manipulation.
Oh.
This is right. This is normal if you're just joining us. This happens all the time.
This is absolutely crazy. I'm getting out of my Tesla, guys.
Oh
This is
man.
absolutely crazy. What kind of market is
Yeah,
this?
you can't. It's not tradable, man. This is nuts. Look at this.
Like how they're manipulating the market.
Yeah. This is Peter in the SPY going long and short the SPY, messing everything up. That's what Peter's doing remotely.
Oh, come on, Tesla.
Oh,
Ah,
this
look at
I
is
that.
quit. I quit day
can't
trading.
can't trade it, man. It's not trade. This is
Ah, look at
wild.
that.
I'm pulling an Andrew Aziz. My life is over. I quit. I'm going to live in Nepal.
Man, look at that. I gotta stop that too on it. Let's see how it's bouncing.
This
Jesus,
is wild, man.
crazy. This is crazy.
It's just wild.
All right, I see Eamon is here. Eamon, how are you doing? How was your trading day? I
Hey,
think you had a really good trade, huh? The
yeah,
morning.
it was a one and done. I just traded AMD, made money on it, and I called it a day. I did not want to
Ah,
push it, to be honest.
yeah, congratulations. All right, I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
I'm gonna hand it over to you because I gotta go take a break before my meetings, and I'll see you guys later.
All
Well,
right.
have a good
Take
day.
care, Andrew.
I see, Andrew.
We IMA partners with
All right,
super power.
friends.
So,
John and I are gonna head out of here. Have a great rest of your morning with Eamon. Eamon's gonna take you through his trades and what he did this morning. But yeah, I'm gonna keep watching this market, man. This market looks wild right now. So we'll keep an eye and see what's going on there. Eamon, can't wait to hear about your one and done, my friend. John, thanks for covering for Peter. I'll see you soon.
All right, guys.
well,
Later.
thank you guys. Have a good day, and hello, YouTube. How are you guys doing today? It was not an easy open, to be honest. There were a few opportunities that we could have got into with the momentum, but then it ended up being a choppy day. I can see how crazy the queues are right now. Let's maybe start by analyzing the market and see what could happen within the next hour, right? Hey guys, how are you doing? So let's see what we have on the queues and the SPY. I see that the queues and the SPY are both doing the exact same thing. I think that we can analyze only one of the two, right? So let's start with the queues and see what key levels we have around here. Honestly, nothing obvious. Let's switch to the 4-hour chart. What do we have? Overall, I am more short biased, to be honest, on the queues than long biased. You can see that we were sitting below this level, 591, for the last month and a half. We broke this range yesterday. There was a small retest, a red candlestick here, and we can expect sell off all the way to 580. So key levels, we have this for now. We have more or less this, and we just have the low. Let's switch to the 60-minute chart. What do we have on the 60-minute chart? What do we have on the hourly chart, guys? Mini range around here that we held since yesterday, right? After hours and pre-market, and that was broken today. The downside is that after the breakdown, this thing did not have any follow through. Right after the breakdown, it recovered. So this could end up being a fake break and it could squeeze to the upside, or this could be a retest before the continuation to the downside. Even though it looks bullish at the moment, I think it's not wise to rush along on it. I think it's going to be an interesting long if we end up going above the previous day close. There is one small rule or criteria that I usually have. Uh, if we are holding within a range and we break the range, the retest could go as high as the middle for the continuation. So at this stage, I would not be saying that this is a fake break. At this stage, I would be saying that this is a retest. If we go past the middle of the range, then this is a fake break, and we might have some momentum breaking this area and maybe reaching yesterday's high. So at this stage, it's short, but there is no short setup, right? Let's switch to the 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart is having a small double bottom, sell off, pull back, double bottom. So indecision on the previous 15-minute candlestick. Let's see how this 15-minute candlestick closes. If this 15-minute candlestick closes red, I think it's going to be going lower. If it's closing bullish, we'll reanalyze it a little bit later. Intraday key levels that we have are this mini range, the low of the day, and obviously the high of the day. This is what we'll need to pay attention to. Yama, wait, how do I pronounce your name? Yamaha's Hemian? Anyway, sorry about that. Let's check the RCL. Said it's bottomed around 103, right? I like this actually. Yeah, okay, thank you, thank you. You made it easier for me. Thank you. So the level is really interesting when TRCL, I agree with you. It's also obvious on the weekly chart. Definitely a good one for a reversal. Nice peak. I would not be rushing it for a reversal yet. Maybe just a small double bottom on the 1 minute chart, on the 5 minute chart to confirm the reversal. But yeah, nice peak. Yamaha Shemian. Okay, thank you. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. Is that true? Is that correct? Can you please review the trade on AMD? Entry 203 long around 9:50 a.m. at yesterday close. Okay, let's go to AMD. I'll actually also review my trade as well on AMD. Yamaha Shimian. Okay, thank you. That sounds good. Anyway, so let's go through AMD. First thing, AMD, if you take a look at the weekly chart, is more long than short. So overall, shorter term move, I'd be more long biased on it. You can see that we have an obvious level around 194 or $195. This level has been held for the last 5-6 months, right? We broke below this level in the beginning of March, but recovered. That's a clear fake breakdown. So overall, the bias is to the long side. And I believe that today, maybe by the end of the day, this thing is going to squeeze to the high of the day. At least based on the weekly chart. Let's check the daily chart. The daily chart is a mess. So forget about what I said. The daily chart is sitting in a range between 192 and 219. And inside this major range, we have a minor range level below $209 area. When the price action is sitting like this, you probably do not want to go for a full ATR target and you do not want to go for a huge intraday move. Only scalping or momentum plays. Switching to the 60-minute chart, you can see that we had this mini range. Remember what I told you on the Qs? I told you the Qs broke the low, right? So when can we play the Qs? If it recovers into the middle of the range, just to confirm that it's a fake breakdown. That's the exact same thing that I saw on AMD around here. Mini range, a fake break with a recovery into the middle. The trade style is textbook and pretty much straightforward. But how can I decide my target? Anyone here can guess? How can we decide what our final target is going to be if we are playing a 60-minute candle? We do not like the daily chart. We do not like the weekly chart so much, but we still want to make sure that we can get a decent runner. Like you could see, I locked in a few profits around here, and I did not exit the rest at break even. That was an all out. Why all out around here? How do we decide the target at the open when the daily chart is off? Come on, guys. Guess. Anyone attended my opinion range breakout webinar at Bearable Traders? It is ATR, but which ATR specifically? So to trade the open on an ugly daily chart and on an ugly 60-minute chart, what you want to do is switch to the 30-minute chart and check how big is the first 30-minute candle after the open. You can see that yesterday, the first 30-minute candlestick, 930, went from 205 to 209. That's $4, right? 2 days ago, from 206 to 202, right? That's another $4. 3 days ago, from 192 to 196. That's $4. So what should be my final target? Just by seeing this, $4. Now take a look at today. The start of the move was 201. The end of the move, 205. I know a lot of you here are asking yourself this question. When should I let my winners run? When should I take it all out? When should I scalp? When should I go for a momentum play? And that's how I do it. If I like the daily chart, I will be holding for a full daily ATR. I'll be holding through 5-minute pullbacks. I'll be holding through 15-minute pullbacks. I'll be holding for a whole day trend until the ATR is hit. But if the daily chart is bad, what I usually do is I check the first 30-minute candlestick because that's kind of guaranteed. I know that the 30-minute is going to give me the move. After that, it's random. Sometimes it could continue, sometimes it could instantly reverse like this. But what's guaranteed is the first 30-minute candlestick. Now, how did I time my entry? There is our fake breakdown that I was talking about. So the 60-minute chart is sitting in this range. The fake breakdown is somewhere down here. And if you take a look at the 5-minute chart, this is basically it around here. We have the range, we break the range. After the break of the range, we recover into the middle of the range. This middle of the range, how does it look like on the 1-minute chart? We have the opening range candlestick with a 1-minute opening range breakout. So I'm playing a 1-minute opening range breakout confirmed by a fake breakdown on the hourly chart, confirmed by a fake breakdown on the 5-minute chart, targeting the first 30-minute candlestick after the open average true range. Stop loss, that's it. That's more than enough. Target, first target around 2.5, around 3, and around 4. And that was a total of 3R profit. Yesterday was red. As far as you remember, I reviewed my trades. Today was green. But yesterday when I was red, how much did I lose? Less than 1R. Today, it's more than 3 hours in profit, and that's what's keeping you consistent in the long run, making sure that you can get bigger winners than losers. Now, to answer your question, sorry, it took me a long time babbling about my trade. You said, what about the entry to the long side around 950? I would not have done it. I mean, level wise, it's not bad. You are playing it at the low of the range. This is the low of the range, right? This is the fake breakdown. And you are playing it at the retest of the level for a run. But like I said, our daily is bad, our 60-minute chart is bad, and what we are targeting is the first 30-minute candlestick, and that's it. It happened around here. The move happened here. After that, it's a mess. After that, it could go up, it could break to the downside, it could fake break to the upside. It's totally random at this stage, and at this stage, I would prefer to avoid it until we get a more clear pattern on the 30-minute chart or on the hourly chart. 30-minute chart might give it now. If the 30-minute candlestick manages to close around 204, that means that we'll be closing closer to the high of this mini range. If the 30-minute candlestick manages to close around 204, I'll be looking for a flag around 204, and then you can target 206. So the main plan right now to play AMD would be that. Does that make sense? Any questions about my trade, about the thought process, about the targets, or anything else? Can you take a look at Tesla after this? Yes, let's take a look at Tesla. So Tesla, weekly chart definitely more long bias than short bias, at least in the long run. That could be today, next week. I mean, sorry, in the short term. Could be today, could be next week, could be maybe the end of this week. We're sitting around the previous retest area that's acting as a support. I mean, no, my stop loss was about 50 cents on AMD. It was not $1. $1 is too much for AMD, especially at the open for a momentum play or for reversals. So the best levels are those that act as support and resistance at the same time. What I do not like about Tesla is that the previous weekly candlestick closed red. It could continue going lower, but you can anticipate a long because we are sitting around a clear level. Daily chart, we could be having a fake breakdown. Look at this. This is a clean and obvious descending triangle setup. And the price broke the low of this descending triangle down here. After a breakout, the normal price action that we can expect is a continuation. Here, instead of the continuation, what happens? It instantly reverses. That shows you strength. At this stage, like I said, it could still be a retest before the sell-off, but slightly more long bias than short bias simply because right after the break on a decent volume, not exhaustion, but still decent, it's above than the average, it instantly went back inside the range. Now, the average true range on Tesla, what do we have around here? What is the average true range on the daily chart on Tesla? Around $12 to $13. How far did we go today? From 376 to 387. How much is that in dollars? $12. Tesla already did its move. So probably some of you are looking for a continuation on Tesla because it's making higher highs and higher lows, and because this is looking like an ABCD pattern. But I do not like that because it's already at the end of its move. Does that mean that it's good for a reversal? Probably not. The daily is not looking good for a reversal, even though there are so many wicks. And I do not know how low is it going to go to the downside. Even though it's sitting around the selling zone, that does not mean that it's going to go all the way to the downside. What I would prefer is seeing Tesla selling off all the way to 382 or previously closed, somewhere around this zone. Hold around this zone, and then you can play it for the next leg to the upside, targeting the 385. I think that would be a bit wiser. Chris, well done. Do you trade options or you trade equities? I trade equities and sometimes I trade options. I trade options only if I trade stock like AMD, NVDA, Tesla, SPY, Qs. These are liquid. The spread is really tight, and if I'm confident, I would trade options. The reason behind that is that on stocks, my risk is $250. I mean, it's not Andrew size risk per trade, but that's it. I mean, I risk $250 trying to make $1,000 per trade. On options, I risk a double of that, $500. Why is that? Because buying power wise, I struggle to risk $500 per trade and still leave some buying power for swing trades or leave some buying power for other trade opportunities. If I take two positions or three positions on each of them, I risk around $500. I'm going to run out of buying power. I'm going to run out of buying power with one single trade. So on equities, my risk is smaller. On options, my risk is bigger, but I cannot trade options on all the tickers. It needs to be liquid and the spread needs to be tight, and that usually happens on the Mag 7. The other thing about options is that it takes so much time to go to the option chain, choose the expiry date, choose the strike that you need to trade. By the moment you switch from stocks to the needed option put or call that you want to jump into, the price already moved a lot. My average position size in options depends on my stop loss. It really depends on my stop loss. Let's say that my stop loss is 50 cents. I might take somewhere around 5 maybe contracts or so. If it's $1, yeah, if it's $1, I'll be taking around 5 contracts. If it's 50 cents, around 10 contracts. If it's $2, then it's going to be half of that. My risk per trade on stocks, it's around $250. On options, it's around $500. I try not to risk more than that. So let's see now what's happening in the market and try to figure out where the market is headed, maybe within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Like we were saying, the daily chart looks like we're forming a reverse ABCD. The weekly chart also looks like we broke this mini consolidation, but it's sitting around the 50 moving average, and the 50 moving average is a strong swing trading moving average. We can expect a bounce. The daily still looks good for a long. The 60 we said is going to be a long, but we needed to go back into the middle. Let's give it some time to go to 588 maybe, or 587, and we're going to reanalyze it. How much risk per trade is your how much risk per trade in percentage in total account? 0.25%. I risk around 0.25%, and I try to make somewhere around 1% of my account per trade. I know that a lot of trading books, a lot of educational videos are telling you that you need to risk 1% of your account per trade, but personally, I do not like that and I do not agree with it. We all have losing streaks, and imagine losing 3 trades a day, that's 3%, and having a red streak of 3 days in a row. That's 9% of your account in 3 days. It's too much. It's going to have a heavy impact on your mindset, and you're going to start messing up trying to make the money that you lost. Day trading is riskier. The numbers eventually are going to play out, but you do not know in which order. For example, if you have a 30% win rate, you know that out of 100 trades, you're going to have 30 winners and 70 losers. Those are your stats, those are your numbers, and they are going to look like this. But in which order? It could be one winner, one loser, one winner, 3 losers, one winner, or it could even be like 8 winners in a row, losers in a row, followed by a winner, followed by a few losers, followed by a streak of winning trades. Now, these losing streaks on high percentage risk per trade are going to mess up your mindset. And if your mindset is messed up, you're going to start doing something outside your edge. And once you start doing something outside your circle, which has a 30-70, the stats here are random. So once you get out trying to make money on a random thing, your stats are going to get messed up. These numbers are not going to be played out, and you can easily blow out your capital. So for day trading, I usually suggest that you do not risk more than 0.25% of your account. Max loss for me is 0.5%. Sometimes I could go for like 0.75% per day at worst cases. Target 1% approximately to 2%. That doesn't mean that I have 20% of my account made per month. My average gain per month is around 10 to 15% of my account. Nothing crazy, totally transparent about it. If you want to double your account day trading every single month, that's not going to happen. You need to have realistic expectation. Your gains depend on your account size. So if you have $1,000 account day trading, you can expect making $100 to $150 per month. And obviously that is not enough to make a living outfit. On the other hand, if you have a $100,000 account and you are consistently profitable, you could make somewhere around $10 to $15,000, $10 to $15,000 a month. And that's probably enough to make a living from no matter where you live, right? Going through the stats of the people that I worked with, the people who are just reaching consistency, they are making somewhere around 3 to 7%. People who were consistently profitable for more than 3 months, they are making somewhere around 7 to 15% of their account per month. Yes. And now let's say that you're trading full time. That's the downside around here. You're making 10 to 15% a month, but you need to withdraw some cash out of it to live off it. And that's why the account growth is really slow. And this is why we usually suggest that you need to start day trading as either a hobby or as a part-time job. Grow your account, find consistency, and then eventually you can quit and you can do it full-time. In the beginning, you need to stick to your job. Growing your account plus living out of it puts a lot of pressure on you. AMD at high of the day again. Yep, like we said, I mean, this thing is probably going to be breaking the high of the day and is going to reach 206. The 30-minute candlestick needs to close bullish, and then we need to see a bull flag, and that would be the trigger to play it. Qs are reaching the middle of the range. Now we have a fake breakdown, same thing. Higher low, and we can start looking for a long on this thing. Why did you decide to be a trader? I honestly did not know that I'll make it as a trader. I started trading on my second year of medical university. And I decided to do both day trading plus studying to become a doctor. On my fourth year of university, look at this, 3 years after I started trading, I found consistency. 2 years I was losing miserably. On my third year, I started making some money. Sorry, fourth year. On my fifth year, I finally was able to make it for a living. I wanted to quit the university, but I already passed most of the road, so I decided to continue, get my degree, and then become a full-time trader. I wanted to practice as a doctor as well, at least for like 1 year, but the work time would have interfered with my day trading time, and I make decent amount of money day trading. Doctors in Russia, they don't make a lot, so I decided to just continue working as a trader. I always had a plan B though. Look at this. I did not just go for trading and quitting everything around. I was studying to become a doctor and I was learning how to become a successful day trader. And after I found consistency, I still decided to continue getting my degree. You never know what's going to happen, just as a backup plan. But it worked out and I'm really happy for that. Are you a son of Andrew? No, I'm not. What city are you in? I live in Moscow. Yes, not a certain amount of hours. Every 5 years, you need to redo some sort of an exam to maintain the license. And my license is expiring in 2027. I graduated in 2022. Raz, I like it here. It's safe, the trading time is convenient, market opens 4:30 p.m. So I can go to the gym before the trading hours, or I can go to the gym after I am done trading. I don't need to wake up so early. I do not need to trade so late. And the city is safe. The prices are reasonable. So it's good enough. The only thing that I do not like is cold. So planning to travel during the winters, but these are plans for the future. Miss Girls, my wife is sitting in the next room and she's pregnant. She's not gonna like that. Question about daily routine. I'm also based in Europe. How do you spend your days until the US market open? I don't wake up so early, 10 to 11 a.m. That's where I wake up. Then the normal daily routine, right? Wake up, take your shower, have your breakfast, etc. Go outside for a walk, maybe watch some series or whatever. Sometimes I go to the gym before the market opens. Sometimes I go by the end of it. By 4 p.m. my time, I come to the markets, I check my list of stocks, I build my trading plan, and I just trade by 5 p.m. my time, which is 30 minutes after the market open. I usually trade the first 30 minutes to an hour, and then I take some break. So by 5 p.m. I'm done. I go outside, I take a small walk, and now I'm joining you here at 6 p.m. my time. 7 p.m. I'll be at Verbal Traders chat room. 8 p.m. I'm done with my day. Sometimes I have one call with one of my mentees from 8 to 9 p.m. and sometimes nothing. I don't take a lot of mentees, like 2 to 3 maximum per month to make sure that I have that free time. But at the same time, being so free, having nothing to do in your life is also distracting, boring, I would say. So you can see that my daily routine is work is 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. with a break from 5 to 6. Maybe we'll change that. Yeah, I'll need to fix my sleep schedule. I agree. How much capital do you think a person should have to become a full-time trader, including the learning, excluding expenses for 6 months? If you make literally no money for 6 months, first of all, it depends on how much it takes you to live for 6 months. That will be your X amount of money. Trading wise, you will need to have the subscription for the platform or maybe for trading terminal. I think if you can put around $250 to $300 a month trading expenses, that's more than enough. The rest of the money would be for you to live on your day-to-day basis. But that's different from one country to another. I can't really tell. Trading $300 per month, that's enough. What's your preferences for Bookmap and Atlas? Which one would be better to use? Look, obviously, if you're asking which one is more advanced, I would say it's Bookmap, just being totally honest about it. Why is that? It has more in-depth market, and you can put candlesticks instead of these things. You can link it to your broker, etc. But price-wise and quality-wise, still, I think Trading Terminal is better. It's cheaper. It comes with a lot of other features that you might need as a trader, and you don't really need a lot of different data in the level 2. For example, this one shows you only NASDAQ. It doesn't show you ARCA, NYSE, etc. But think about it from neutral perspective. If NASDAQ has big orders up here, for example, probably NYSE and ARCA will have that as well. So you can come to the exact same conclusion just looking at this thing around here. Did you take any trades today? Yes, I did review it already. I have taken only AMD today. 1 minute opening range breakout after a fake breakdown that happened around here. And I targeted the first 30-minute candle average through range. How do you, what's your daily routine looks like? Living in Europe, by the way. Just, I think you might want to go eventually for a funded account instead of trading with your own capital. And by the way, guys, I would literally suggest any of you here who is trading with their live account to switch to the funded account. Why is that? Some of you might think that it is expensive. You will need to put $299 for the funded account, plus you need to maintain an active monthly subscription in Trading Terminal for $99. That will be around $599, right? For 3 months. But let's break it down. If you trade using Dash Trader, that's already $450 per month. If you trade with your own capital, and let's say you lose $2,000, you actually lost $2,000, right? So that's down 2,450. On Trading Terminal, if you get the funded account, if you you need $599 and you are allowed to lose $2,000. So if you lose $2,000 on Trading Terminal or using the BBT funded account, you just lost $599. If you make money up to $10,000 within 3 months of trading, you can cash it out. So just risk to reward wise. Think about it from this perspective. It's more guaranteed money and it is less riskier. It's like putting $100 risk per month, like literally nothing. How much would you be risking per month trading with your live account? Probably more than $100, right? So think about it from this perspective. You can use your own trading account for swing trading, for longer term investing, something that gives you almost guaranteed money, and use the funded account for day trading, at least for practice. And by the way, Raz is saying a really good question, a really good, mentioning a really good point around there. It's not going to take you 6 months to become consistently profitable. And not to disappoint you, But over the years, since 2020, approximately up until today, I worked with 300 traders, 300 traders mentoring them one-on-one. Out of these traders, there are around 40 to 45% who are consistently profitable. Out of these traders, only maybe 10% or 5% made it within the first 3 months. The majority of them, which are around 25%, made it between 3 months to 6 months. The remaining of them made it after 6 months. And that's like literally working with someone, having like weekly calls with them. Trying to do it on your own, it's going to take you a little bit longer. Why is that? It took me 3 years to become consistently profitable. And I was literally putting in a lot of hours and backtesting and journaling and sticking to one single strategy until I found consistency. Now, don't get me wrong, nothing to discourage you around there. You can make it fast. Some traders are doing it, but just try to have a realistic expectations. Make sure that you give yourself more than 6 months. If you put a goal to start making money after 6 months, you're going to be so disappointed after 3 months if that's not going to be working for you. You know where disappointment comes from? It comes from having high expectations. If you do not if you're not having high expectations, you're not going to be disappointed if that's not going to happen, right? But if you have some expectations and that's not happening, that's where you get disappointed. Let's take a look at Tesla. You see, this is what we were talking about earlier during our call. The ATR was already hit. This thing is going to drop, but we do not know how far it's going to drop. We can keep an eye on it. And if, sorry, let's go back to Tesla. And if this thing ends up selling off all the way down to 302, between 302, 380, we can start looking for a long setup. There was another question that I forgot to answer. Sorry about that. The funded account on trading terminal, is it equities or options? It's only equities. Let's get back and check CRCL. Okay, that looks interesting now. We're having a small double bottom on the 5-minute chart. Small fake breakdown. Good fake breakdown on the 30-minute chart. The 15-minute chart looks good. Let's see. So if this thing goes past 105, that could be a good entry for a long. You can pre-enter with a small position around here, having your stop loss around the low of the day. And if the 15-minute candlestick closes as a green candlestick and the 1-minute chart is going to give you a higher low, you can add to your position. At this stage, it's a little bit risky because this thing could still continue going lower and close red. So you could either start with a small position around here, having your stop loss at the low. Safer, wait for 105, but still have your stop loss at the low. Even safer, wait for the 15-minute candlestick to close as a bullish candlestick and enter on a higher low. But if you wait for this type of scenario, it could just simply reverse without you, and then it's going to be so late. So the thing that you could do on CRCL right now, long with a small position, add on a higher low on the 1-minute chart after the 15-minute candlestick closes as a hammer. First target around this high, you need to target the swing high and then view up. Good job shorting Tesla. Can we have more than one funded account? You can do that, but in a funded account, there is a rule that you need to meet. You need to take, I think, 20 trades in a rolling 10-day period, if I'm not wrong. I mean, on average, it needs to be around 2 trades a day. Yeah, the average needs to be 2 trades a day in a rolling 10 trading days. So if it happened that today you took 3 trades, the next day you took, for example, 1 trade, and the third day you took, let's say, 2 trades, that meets the criteria. The average around here is 2 trades a day. If you take less than an average of 2 trades within 10 trading days, then you'll be disqualified. It's totally different. Like I said, I don't want to disappoint you and I don't want to overpromise anything. I've worked with traders who made it within 3 months, and I've worked with traders who've made it after 6 months or 1 year. I've worked with traders who've been trading for five years without finding consistency. So 5 years, and then they're eventually, hey man, it's been so long, it's just not working. You're my last hope. Let's give it a try. And these type of traders, by the way, and just quick note, traders who've been trading for more than 3 years are traders who either made it the fastest to consistency or struggled the most. Traders who've been trading for more than 3 years, I call them senior traders. They are intermediate to advanced traders. They know a lot about the market and they have some ego. So when you try to teach them something, sometimes they're just not following your teachings because they have their own trade book and they want to mix something up. So those traders who kind of lean to following and listening, they usually make it the fastest to consistency. Those who are stubborn tend to struggle a little bit more. But I'd say it's easier to find consistency if you had at least 3 years of experience, but it's not a must. You can find consistency even sooner. It's individual. Trading it requires two things. It requires good technical analysis and it requires a strong mindset or psychology. Some traders are amazing with their technical analysis, but they're so bad with their psychology. Some traders, on the other hand, they are the best at discipline, sticking to the rules, following entry criteria, following adding to in position, but they're bad at the technical analysis. So sometimes you know that you need to focus more on technicals, or maybe someone else needs to focus more on the mindset. And sometimes it's like both. That's horrible mindset, horrible technical analysis. Nothing wrong with that, but still, it could take even longer in this particular case. And by the way, guys, talking about technical analysis, uh, my book on Amazon is ready for pre-order. It's literally everything you need to be good at reading price action, going from the daily to the 60 to the 5 to the 1, advanced trading strategies, different entry criteria, trade management, basic journaling, and basic psychology. It will be available on April 2nd. If you pre-order it right now, the pre-order only for the ebook, you can get the hardcover and the paperback on the 2nd of April. And when I'm trading in terminal, I don't see funded account shortcut anywhere. Like, how do you access it on daily basis? The funded account, let me open the trading terminal and I'll show you. So this is the trading terminal around here. And what you get for a $99 subscription is the fundamentals, the scanner, simulator, replay, atlas, news, journal, academy with a lot of educational material, live weekly webinars, and there is just a tutorial for how to use trading terminal. If you want to go for the funded account, you go to the simulator. This is the simulator. And in the simulator, there it is. That's what you get for included with the $99 subscription, real-time data. And you can just practice trading. It's $250,000 account with $1 million buying power. You can easily reset it. I think you are supposed to customize it, or you can customize it. I'm not sure about that. Or there is the funded trading. This is the funded trading part. Obviously, the account will be $2,500 and the buying power is going to be $50,000 if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 4 to 1. You'll need to start a new funded account, and if you click on that, it will take you to a page where you can subscribe for it for $299. It's a 3-month program, one-time payment. TradingView is simple. What do you think? It also allows you paper trading if you want. TradingView, yeah, it is simple. It's not that difficult. To be honest, there is no trading platform that's difficult to use. No matter what trading platform you want to use, it's going to take you around 1 to 2 weeks to getting used to it. Even less than 1 week if you just literally spend the whole day on it, that would be more than enough. You can use the platform that you feel more comfortable with. For me, though, trading in TradingView feels a little bit laggy. I did try it in the past, just experimenting. By the way, this looks better for an entry on CRCL right now. Nice mini double bottom. We had double reverse hammers, and it made a new low on the 15-minute chart. There it is, and it failed and it recovered. So right now it's going to go to the downside, which is basically the overlap that we were talking about. And if it goes from red to green, that would be a decent entry. That would be the first target around 106.50ish. And if it fails, I don't think it's a bad trade. It was a good trade that just simply failed. So first you want to see it selling off, which is exactly what's happening right now, and then you want to see it recovering, and the recovery would be the trigger for an entry. Getting back to your question, TradingView is not for me. It felt a little bit laggy with entry positions. With orders, feeling like it's skipping something, but that's just me. By the way, what's the subscription for TradingView? I don't really remember. I used it a long time ago. You need to do paper trading, trust me. It's just that it's not worth losing money when you know that you'll be losing money. Up until a certain level. In the beginning, you're experimenting, you are learning, you are practicing. In that case, here, use paper trading. The moment you have some particular trade book, and you know you have back tested it and you know that it makes you money in the long run, but you need to still work on psychology, that's when you can do real-time market. I'm profitable by now. Okay, sorry about that. Then you're good. Good job, man. How long have you been trading for? So you're natural. It's not you trading view likes the second panel platforms. Yeah, and the second is too much. You can notice it, right? Trading view is probably really good for charting software. And it's really good charting software. But for trading, I don't really like it. See, this is why I said you want to wait for this to close. And then on the next candlestick, you want to see an overlap and a recovery. That would be the safest. You don't want to just simply play it to the long side. Or you want to see it above 105, which it never made. Now we wait and want to see what's going to happen. If this thing does not break the low of the day, which it will, to be honest, it looks like a descending triangle. It needs to break the low of the day. If it holds and goes past 105, that's a good entry. If it fake breaks and goes past 104, that will still be a good entry. So let's see what's going to happen. Someone asked me questions about AAOI. Let's take a look at this one. So the weekly is really strong. The daily is really strong. Not safest one to play for a reversal. The 60-minute chart does not have any shrinking candlestick patterns. Does not have any weakness in it. It's still going up in a solid pattern. Same thing, the 30-minute chart. I don't think it's good for a continuation. It's overstretched. It already hit its average true range. And I don't think that it's good for a reversal. There is no weakness on it. Not yet, at least. Let's take a look at AXTI. Weekly is strong, but overstretched. You can see that it already hit its weekly ATR, so I don't think it's going to continue running more for this week. Maybe a couple more dollars, but we're sitting at its limit. Daily chart is really strong, would be a tough one for a reversal. 60-minute chart has shrinking candlestick pattern. It is struggling to continue going higher and it needs to reverse or pull back. 30-minute chart is also struggling, which is something that I like for a reversal. 5-minute chart is forming a pennant. I would love to see it breaking the pennant and recovering before we play it short. A bit too early at the moment. Let's give it 15 minutes more just to get better confirmation. And finally, we have PL. Let's see. Weekly chart, neutral. Daily chart, bearish. 60-minute chart, ranging. Not a good one for a short. It's sitting at a key level. When you have a clear resistance and a clear support, you either want to short it closer to the high or long it closer to the low. Long it is not an option. it's slowly making lower highs, and it could continue doing that later and keep doing that until it maybe breaks. So it's not ready for a reversal, and it's not ready for a short yet. If you're a long trader, wait for it to complete the short pattern and trap some shorts. I think the best thing to wait on PL for a reversal is to see some traders getting trapped, see it completing the short setup, starting the short setup, and failing. And I think it's going to fail the short setup because it's already overstretched. How about coin for a reversal? Coin is interesting for a reversal. Let's see if we have any levels for a reversal. I don't see any levels. I can see that we broke a multi-week level, which is not that promising for a reversal. No obvious levels, but we are sitting around supply and demand area, which is why it's holding around here. 15-minute chart and 30-minute chart look good for a long, both of them. Yep, 15 and 30 both look good for a long. So you could do this. You could wait for it to retest this level and play it to the long side. I don't think that this is a good entry for a long. If you play it long here, you'll need to have at least this as your stop loss. And that's not going to give you even 2-to-1 to VWAP. Pattern-wise good, risk to reward-wise is not good. You're a short trader on options as of now. I mean, it doesn't really matter. If you feel comfortable shorting, stick to shorts. If you feel comfortable longing, stick to longs. I would say that I'm a bit more of a long trader than short trader. I still take shorts. I take shorts more confidently for reversals. For trend continuations, breakouts, I rarely take shorts. I take more longs, I would say. So more longs for breakouts, shorts or longs both for reversals. Shorts are quick money. I mean, it's like Brian says, take the stairs up and the elevator down, right? Okay, the Qs did what we were talking about, gave us the fake break, gave us the pullback that we were talking about, and gave us the continuation. That is looking good. Probably we're going to be breaking the 588 and maybe by the end of the day make it to 590. We'll see that. Can you help me know how to decide when market open, how to choose best stocks out of 3 to 4 in watch list? It makes me confused at the market open. So, Sammy, first of all, not sell speech, but I would really suggest that you get this book. It will give you the whole thought process on how to go through building your plan before the market open into selecting the best stocks for the open. I share my thought process selecting stocks around there. I wish I could explain it in detail during our last few minutes left. It's a really broad topic and it takes a lot of time to explain, but this one is going to summarize it. For now though, what I can tell you is this. It depends on how the 60-minute chart looks like. If the 60-minute chart is sitting in a tiny range, and in combination with that, we have a tiny range on the 5-minute chart. That's what I pick for a breakout. A combination of both of these. Obviously, after doing the daily analysis, deciding the direction, etc. If the 60-minute chart during the pre-market is oversold or overbought, I look for a reversal at the open. These are my two primary criteria to pick stock on my A list. If the 60 in the pre-market made a move and it started pulling back, I don't like it. It's becoming a little bit random. If the 60-minute chart is ranging in a bit of a wider range, I don't like that either. So that's kind of the small overview about it. Something that at least can help you get a head start and help you select better stocks at the open, avoiding the choppy ones. Jot Samrala, well, would be good to see you here in the future. Trading alone is boring. You probably need a community, someone to chat with, some other traders for having similar mindset. So it will be good to see you here on daily basis. How often do you come here to trade live? On every day, 11 a.m. Eastern. If I trade midday, it will only be reversals, but most of the time I end up my trading at 10:30 a.m. If I take something at the open, like here, I took AMD at the open, I'm usually done for the day. 3-4 hours, 5 hours a day, I call it a day, I do not force it. If I do not catch any trade at the open, midday I'll look for reversals and I trade a reversal. So let me remove all lines now. Or let's keep them actually. I think the queues are going to make a reset. No, they had made the reset. We'll see how this 15-minute candlestick closes. If this 15-minute candlestick closes as a reverse hammer, rejecting the, I think that's the 50 and 200 moving average, I think they are going to end up selling off all the way to 585. Then from here, after it reaches, we'll be able to tell whether it's going to continue selling off lower or we're going to have the second leg to the upside. And it looks like this 15-minute candlestick is going to close red. So we have 3 more minutes before it closes. For one trade. Usually my smaller winning trade is 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours. And I can squeeze my reversals up to 7 to 8 hours. I don't go for so many trades a day, but I go for bigger winners. I wait for the perfect opportunity. I try to get the best possible entry, the tighter possible stop loss, and I go for a runner. 4 to 8 hours per trade. I'm not getting 8 hours every day. Last month I got only 2 trades that were this month. I had only 2 trades that were above 7 hours, but I had quite a few of 4 to 5 hours. But remember, it doesn't mean that I make 4 to 8% a day. My risk per trade is 0.25%. So when I say I made 4 hours, it's 1% of my account. 8 hours, that's 2%. Do you find reversals usually around the same time of the day? I think the best time for reversals is between 9:40 and 10:30. This is like literally the best time, 9:40 to 10:30. Up until 11, that's an okay time. After 11, you need to start paying attention to more time frames. So this is what we're saying. You see, small double top rejecting the 215 is going to close it. So 585 is realistic. After it reaches 585, we'll be able to tell whether it's going to continue going lower or hold. If this thing is going to hold $585, gives us an engulfing, I expect a break of the high of the day and then maybe a run all the way to 588 or 89. If this thing is going to go past 584, it's going to go then to the low of the day and probably break the low of the day. Just make sure that you're analyzing stocks on a candlestick by candlestick. Do not rush anything. And look for high probability setups. You know this feeling when sometimes you look at the market and you know what's going to happen. You just feel it, you've seen it a lot of times, and you jump into a setup without hesitation. These are the type of trades that you need to execute. Sometimes you look at the market and you're like, it seems that it meets all my entry criteria. I don't like it a lot, but my trade book tells me that I need to jump in. You can take these type of trades, but I prefer to stay away from them. It needs to be a combination of it is my trade book and also have that confidence that we usually have at some certain occasions. Probably every single trader, if you had that here, right? You look at the market, you're like, that's it. It's just going to go to the upside. You feel confident, you feel part of happiness inside you, you just jump in and it works, right? And sometimes you're like, it's tough, but it feels more long than short. And you gamble on it. These are not the type of trades that you want to be in. Thank you, Big Lou. I really appreciate the feedback. Would you mind looking at Apple? Would it be a good short? So Apple. Would it be a good short? Apple looks around a selling zone at the moment. 15-minute chart is going to close red probably. 30-minute chart is going to close red, and yes, it looks like a reversal. Just wait for a double top. Don't go for a V reversal. Entry around here requires this as a stop. That's too wide. And probably that would be your target, which is the retest area from intraday. You want to make sure that when you're playing a reversal, you can squeeze 3 to 4 hours intraday. Anyway, guys, it's the end of the hour. If you get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbletraders.com. Trade smart, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. See you guys.